with innovation and energy. And a warm welcome to the participants around the world joining us virtually. Experiencing PR relation is more than just an annual gathering, It's a convocation of brilliant minds dedicated to showcasing the transformative power of strategic public relations in businesses, societies, and leadership. This year, our theme is PR for Results, Innovative Strategies for Businesses and Leadership Transformation. And I am particularly excited by the inspired speakers and dynamic sessions planned for you. First, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Tolu Olorundero, the founder, convener of this conference. Please, a round of applause for her. She's been consistently doing this for 4 years now, and she puts her money where her mouth is. She's someone that I really, truly admire, and I'm happy to support this movement. Our leadership shines bright, and our collective honor is to support her, support our mission, Tolu's commitment to advancing the role of PR in driving meaningful change and mandates, our shared support, collaboration, and participation. In conclusion, I would like to say a big thank you to the planning committee, to the Women in PR team for all their efforts, their sleepless night. And I urge everyone to take advantage of today, the speakers, and everything we have planned for you. On that note, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome address. Next on the agenda is our keynote presentation, and I'll be reading a short citation. And for everyone here, I encourage us to follow along because it does help where we understand where a speaker is coming from and the experience our keynote speaker has. Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR, is the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Prior to her current role, she served as the Special Advisor to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, on the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, and Investment Office of the Vice President from October 2023 to October 2024. Under the Buhari administration, she first served as the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industry, Trade and Investment, and subsequently as the Special Advisor to the President on Ease of Doing Business from November 2015 to May 2023. Dr. Oduwole and her team at the PEBEC Secretariat successfully delivered over 200 verifiable reforms across various arms and levels of government. During her time in public service, Dr. Oduwole has worked on various specialized reform committees in the federal government, such as the AFCFTA Implementation Committee and the Tax Policy Reform Committee, and played a key role in the conceptualization and establishment of the Nigerian Office for Trade Negotiations, NOTN. She chaired the technical working team on legislative imperatives for the implementation of the National Development Plan, NDP, from 2021 to 2025. Recognized as one of Nigeria's leading reformers, she was awarded the national honor of Member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR, in May 2023 for her contributions to national development. In 2024, the most influential people of African descent, MIPAD, awarded her a Hall of Fame honor for her decade-long work for Nigeria's business climate reforms. A policy entrepreneur of some repute, she was appointed as a senior fellow of the Musava Ramani Center for Business and Government, MRCBG, Harvard Kennedy School, and as a governance advisor to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT Governance Lab in 2022 for her innovation in governance. She previously served on the board of EcoBank, and she has worked in investment and corporate banking at FCMB and GT Bank. Since 2015, Dr. Oduwole has been on loan to the federal government of Nigeria from the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, Nigeria, where she teaches and researches international economic law. Dr. Oduwole holds an LLB from the University of Lagos, an LLM from Cambridge University in the United Kingdom, and a JSM and JSD from Stanford Law School in the United States of America, and is called to the Nigerian bar. Delegates here at Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025, with a warm and resounding round of applause, let's make welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR. A resounding warm round of applause as she makes her way to the microphone.
Please sit. Good morning, everyone. So since I'm in Lagos and not Abuja, let me just stand on the existing protocols. Very well adumbrated by the chair of the planning committee. Thank you for all the hard work and for the support to the convener. And so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be in Lagos. So I really am delighted to be with you today at this auspicious 2025 Experiencing Public Relations Conference. This conference is a testament to the growth and influence of PR industry in Nigeria and across the African continent. I'm particularly delighted the convener was telling me a bit about how this has been 4 years, and this is one dedicated especially to women and the types of women that she looks for to speak at this particular forum. It's really, I feel quite honored to be here. So I extend my sincere appreciation to Nigerian women in public relations for their dedication to advancing the PR profession and their commitment to gender empowerment within the industry. Today we gather under the theme PR for Results, Innovative Strategies for Business and Leadership Transformation. This theme could not have been more timely as the private sector and governments collaborate to seek new ways to unlock reforms, drive economic growth, and create a sustainable future. So my remarks today will be brief and focused on a few key points, recognizing the vital role of the public relations and strategic communications in nation building, especially for economic empowerment. So PR sector is more than just a support function. I personally consider it a very strategic pillar for economic transformation, and I can say that after a decade long of working in the presidency and how public relations has been catalytic to ease of doing business and that role over a 9-year period. So PR has been a thread that have been weaving together Nigeria's economic narrative, shaping perceptions, influencing policies, and positioning the country as an investment destination of choice or otherwise. So it depends on how you use the tools before you. But globally, the PR industry is experiencing remarkable growth, with projections showing that by 2029, the sector will be worth $24.5 billion in Europe and $29 billion in North America. Nigeria's PR industry holds immense potential to contribute to our expanding services sector, create new economic opportunities, and enhance our nation's global reputation. So I extend my gratitude to the industry players, to the media, to key stakeholders who continue to shape Nigeria's story, promoting investment, inspiring trust, building bridges between businesses and consumers, and with government. Under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, the government has taken bold and decisive steps to strengthen Nigeria's economy. His administration firmly believes that free market principles and private sector-led development are the surest path to economic recovery and prosperity for Nigerians. So some of the major policy reforms shaping this trajectory include fiscal consolidation, so ensuring responsible fiscal management and spending following the removal of crippling subsidies at the beginning of the administration. Monetary policies followed immediately after, strengthening Nigeria's currency and financial systems after the unification of multiple exchange rate windows that has eased supply challenges. You would also be aware that there's been an extensive tax reform overhaul of tax laws ongoing, which creates a fairer and more predictable tax system for Nigerian businesses. And the policies and regulations that continue to shape business climate reforms, streamlining regulatory frameworks to foster ease of doing business are still ongoing. And we're already seeing a positive shift with a growing number of investor engagements, bilateral agreements, and inquiries directed to our ministry. This increasing interest reflects the renewed confidence and optimism in our trajectory, signaling stronger global partnerships and investment opportunities ahead. We're a listening government, and so over the last 2 quarters, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment has embarked on a new chapter in driving Nigeria's economic diversification. Among other notable achievements, we celebrated a significant milestone at the African Union event last month, where Mr. President received a personal commendation and Nigeria was declared AFCFTA Digital Trade Champion, a groundbreaking recognition demonstrating our leadership in advancing Africa's digital economy. It's really a testament to Nigerian businesses, particularly in the fintech space. About 9 unicorns in Africa, 5 of them come from Nigeria. So all we do is support our indefatigable entrepreneurs and help tell their story. So in addition, the AFCFTA Protocol on Trade and Services is a critical game changer, setting the stage for transformative economic progress, and that ties specifically to the sector that we're celebrating here today. So indeed, the ministry plays a pivotal role in shaping Nigeria's economic trajectory through other key interventions, so focusing on how we shift beyond fiscal and monetary policies to trade and investment policies that foster productivity and competitiveness, which is really what is going to move this economy in the direction that we want it to go. So investment promotion, we actively identify and promote investment opportunities in key sectors such as manufacturing, agriculture, services, solid minerals. We're building a pipeline of bankable deals in energy, technology, food security, infrastructure, attracting investment through partnerships with private sector developers and sponsors. We also work very actively in trade promotion, promoting strategies and strengthening frameworks that enhance Nigeria's trade interests domestically, regionally, and globally. So the regulatory frameworks will continue to implement policies supporting industry, trade, and investment, developing and focusing on export-led non-oil exports in particular, just championing and operationalizing the AFCFTA agreement, and focusing on MSMEs, youth and female-led businesses in particular. So indeed, public relations is a powerful tool for economic growth and investment promotion and leadership transformation. It's not just about storytelling. The reason I give you this context is because it's a powerful catalyst for economic growth. PR professionals, you have a unique responsibility to help shape narratives that inspire confidence in Nigeria's economic potential. You influence policies that drive sustainable business practices. You advocate for inclusivity and gender equity in business and governance, and you position Nigeria as a global leader in trade, investment, and innovation. At the end of the day, we can do the technical work, we can do the governance, we can do the politics, but with over 200 million people, Nigeria as a nation of limitless potential needs its story told, and it's you in this room that will deliver that for this economy. So our businesses can thrive, our leaders can inspire, and our global reputation can soar, but only if we tell our story with excellence and with courage. So in closing, I therefore want to charge all of you, PR leaders, to be architects of transformation, to embrace creativity, innovation, and strategic thinking as a catalyst for nation building, to partner with businesses and policymakers to drive economic impact, and most importantly, to ensure that Nigeria's voice is heard loud and clear, particularly on the global stage. And I think even perhaps more importantly at home, because you are the ones that will drive the hope narrative and really help Nigerians to internalize that, renewed hope is truly here. So I look forward to today's deliberations and to the bold actions that we'll take together in the next level of our catalytic journey. Thank you for your attention, and God bless the Federal Republic. Good morning.
Another warm round of applause for our keynote speaker, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment in Nigeria. I was listening with rapt attention, and indeed, that burden of responsibility is on every PR practitioner here, every marketing and comms practitioner here, in leveraging our expertise in public relations to support the work that is being done, to support development, to transform leadership. And throughout today, we'll be seeing clear examples where PR does deliver results. We want you to continue to engage, to take notes, even as you're taking pictures and videos and sharing on your different social media platforms. We want you to network, to connect with each other. We have students here from different universities. We have business leaders. We have senior public officers in the room. And I believe that the ecosystem in public relations can deliver on development and transformational leadership. At this point, I'd like us to put our devices away and give a warm, resounding round of applause for our organizer who has been working tirelessly, year in, year out, week in, week out. Please put your hands together for the founder, Nigerian Women in Public Relations, and the convener of Experiencing PR Annual Conference, Tolulope Olorundero. A warm round of applause, please. Let the applause keep going till she makes her way to the microphone.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I see friends and faces of very strong supporters in the room, and I would like to first say thank you all. It's been many months of very sleepless nights, wondering when will today happen. So I have a speech written. Obviously, this is not part of it. I just want to say thank you to everyone who is here in the room and who has joined us virtually. So let me read the speech because I wrote it. Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, partners, and delegates. It is with immense joy and deep gratitude that I welcome you to the 2025 edition of the Experiencing Public Relations Conference. Each year, this gathering grows stronger. It may not look like that in the room, by the way. but we grow stronger. And today, as we embark on another transformative experience, I am reminded of the vision that first brought us together. This year's theme, PR for Results, Innovative Strategies for Business and Leadership Transformation, was not chosen lightly. For those of us at the HQ team, we remember it was one very late day in December that I just woke up and sent a message to the group. I have the theme. And today I'm very excited that we're here together discussing the importance of public relations and how it contributes to the results that businesses and leaders deliver in societies and for organizations. It speaks to a fundamental truth about public relations, one that we as practitioners, business leaders must internalize. Public relations is not just about media coverage or reputation management. It is about driving tangible business outcomes. It is about using strategic communication tools to drive leadership, growth, and transformational changes. For those of us who were here last year, I stood on this stage and I announced that we would set up a planning committee to drive the future editions of Experiencing PR Conference. I envisioned a time when I would step back, leaving the stage to others while I applauded from the background. Well, let me be the first to tell you, I have repented of that announcement. Not because we did not form a committee. Obviously, we just heard from our conference planning committee chair, Dr. Yeti. And it is not because I do not believe in the power of delegation and collaboration. Obviously, I do. If I didn't collaborate and delegate, I'm sure I won't be here today. I'll probably be on a hospital bed trying to recover. But because I have realized something critical, the vision for Experiencing PR Conference is constantly evolving, and so must its people. It is easy to assume that once a structure is in place, the work is done. But vision is not static. It does not sit still, waiting for us to catch up. Vision grows, it expands, and demands more from those of us entrusted with it. And so, I remain here. Not because I refuse to delegate, but because the work is not yet done. The quantum of effort required to elevate Experiencing Public Relations Conference into a global force is still enormous. And as its founder, it is my responsibility to articulate the vision, set the pace, and ensure that we remain on course. Beyond that, there is another reason why I remain on this stage today. I must practice what I preach. Too often, particularly in African societies, female leaders unconsciously embrace false humility. We step back from visibility before the applause has even begun. There is an unspoken pressure to retreat once a level of success is attained, to recede into the background while others take the spotlight. But I firmly believe that if you have done the work, then you must step forward to receive the accolades, not for vanity, but because visibility and representation matters. This is not part of my speech, but I've received quite a number of messages this morning from, I think I'm still young, but from very young PR professionals in the industry telling me thank you. Not because we do this, but allow me to toot my horn to say that I took up the courage to convene this conference regardless of the many, many challenges. We could have given up any of the 4 times that we've held the conference. But we carry on because we believe that the work is important. The message that we are passing is critical to the transformation of developing economies. We listen to the minister speak. Thank you. We listen to the minister speak, reeling out the value of the public relations industry in Europe and North America. Countries like Nigeria, continents like Africa, Asia, and Latin America will not boast of that value of our public relations industry. If people like me say the work is too much, let me just focus on my business and make money. Visibility is not just about personal recognition. It is about leadership, about shaping narratives, and about paving the way for those coming behind us. If women do not take their place in leadership spaces, then we leave the room, we leave the space open for others to define our contribution for us. Again, when I came into the public relations industry, I actually looked out for very senior women who were visible in the industry that I could model my own career after. Allow me to say that at that time, because things have changed now, I didn't find quite a lot of women. And I said, instead of waiting for somebody to do what I wanted to see, I decided to create it myself. And so today, if there's one young person here who says, because Tolu Combs did it, then I think I can do it, then honestly, I think my work and my contribution to the public relations industry in Nigeria, in Africa, and I just say globally, is done. It's a very interesting time in our polity in Nigeria this period. And it's important because, you know, when we say that the conference is convened by Nigerian women in PR, there's an assumption that it's a conference for women only. And as you'll see here today, that is not the case. As I reflected on these ideas over the weekend, I came across an interesting article discussing benevolent patronization of mentorship relationships. It has raised an uncomfortable but necessary question in my heart. Do mentors really yield the ground for their mentees to rise? Or do they hold on to their positions, offering guidance, but never truly making room for succession? This is a reality we must confront, particularly as women in leadership. Millie Odiambo, where are the Gen Zs in the house? Did you see her? That video trending on Instagram? A Kenyan lawmaker recently made waves with her bold assertions that good girls don't succeed. While her statement may be controversial, it is particularly instructive for us in Nigeria this period, as the essence of our message is clear. Women must actively claim their space in leadership rather than waiting for permission. It is a reminder that in many fields, including public relations, business, and public service, the path to influence is often obstructed not just by external barriers, but by internalized notions of waiting for one's turn. Can I encourage you this morning? Nobody is going to shift ground for you and give you your turn. You better step forward and take your turn now. As women, we often celebrate mentorship, but we must interrogate it. If mentorship does not create opportunities for true leadership succession, then it is merely an exercise in extended dependence. A true leader does not just teach, they empower. They open doors, like, can I say in absentia, YBO, Yemi Badejo Kusoya did for me for this conference, because she supported us to facilitate the joining of the Honorable Minister to join us at this conference. And in absentia, I would like to say a very big thank you to him. They open doors, they create platforms, and they step aside when the time is right to allow others to lead. But too often, the step aside never happens, leaving a generation of promising professionals stuck in perpetual apprenticeship. That is why we encourage more platforms that beyond conversations, just like Experiencing PR Conference is doing, to advocate for action. We must build capacity, we must create real opportunities, and champion visibility for the next generation of professionals and leaders, both in the public and private sector. It is why we have young mentees on the same stage today with industry veterans and business giants. Where are the mentees for this session? I hope they're here today. Thank you so much. We have very young people in their early 20s on the same flyer with people who have been in the industry for over 3 decades. It is because we are putting in the work and we are showing the way. It is also why I choose not to leave the EPR stage just yet. visibility and representation matters. And as African women, we must shed the toga of false humility that culture often imposes on us. There is no shame in owning your work and stepping forward to take the accolades we have rightfully earned. If we want to create a thriving ecosystem of young, influential leaders, we must be intentional about passing the baton, not just when it is convenient, but when it is truly time. I know this is taking long, but please give me a short while more. It's a very important message. As experiencing public relations continues to evolve, the organization that houses it will not remain stagnant. We are embracing our next phase of impact, structured into 3 distinct streams. Number 1 is community. Through the Premium Members Club, we are fostering a strong network of female public relations professionals in developing nations who are committed to elevating public relations and strategic communications. Can I mention this morning publicly that the Experiencing PR Planning Committee Chair for 2025 was the very first woman who put her money where her mouth is. When we announced the Premium Members category at the 2023 Experiencing PR Conference, she was the first person who paid to join the community. So it's not just about saying, Tolu, well done. It's about saying, Tolu, I believe in the work that you're doing, and I'm going to put my money in it. She did that, and that's why she was on this stage this morning. Number 2, events. Experiencing Public Relations will continue to serve as a flagship platform for learning, networking, and knowledge sharing. But other impactful events will be created, like the Comms and Content Expo, which we will host the first edition of in November of 2025. That will come up. You should watch out for it. And number 3, trainings. A bespoke PR and communications curriculum, co-developed and delivered by local and international partners, will equip professionals and leaders with the skills they need to thrive in a rapidly evolving industry. In addition, we are fully embracing our legally registered name, the Public Relations Women Foundation, which allows us to extend our work beyond Nigeria to other developing countries. Our mission remains clear: to highlight the contribution of women to the public relations industry, because for long we have been quiet. Number 2, to advocate for the increased adoption of public relations and strategic communication strategies in both public and private sectors. Number 3, to document and preserve homegrown public relations strategies across these developing markets, encouraging engagement with the global industry, but with local expertise. This expansion is necessary because the work we do is bigger than any one country or region. The need for strategic communications in business, governance, and leadership is universal, and we are stepping up to meet that need. Finally, in acknowledgement and gratitude, all of this will not be possible today without the incredible team that works tirelessly to bring this vision to life. This year, again, for those of us who have been attending the EPR conference, you know that the first one that you may have attended physically, it was largely put together by one individual standing here before you. In 2024, I had one more person join me. Praise Idowu. She's not here today, but you may have seen her last year. But she had to travel to go for further studies. This year, I had the privilege, I hope they are here, I had the privilege of working closely with 2 brilliant young women, Ayomide Oyedotun and Stella Okos Iboje, who gave us our first EPR baby just last Tuesday. And can you believe that she's here today? Their dedication and excellence is instrumental to delivering this conference. To our esteemed speakers, 17 incredible minds, our keynote speaker, Dr. Jumoke Ojuwole, thank you for sharing your expertise. To the conference planning committee, every partner, sponsor, and volunteer, your contribution is invaluable, and you have my deepest appreciation. And of course, to my immediate family, my husband, who is always here every year at the Experiencing PR conference, my 2 children who are in school, But I mentioned their name, Marvel and Mololua, so that when they get older, they watch these sessions. They know that while they were focusing on their work, mommy was also doing her own and showing them the way that it is possible. Everything I do today, I document so that my children will one day have a reference point, a bullet point of what is possible when passion meets purpose. Long after today, I want them to look back and see the challenges we overcame and the legacy we built. Can I encourage you this session, this morning, to please challenge ideas as you listen to our speakers, ask questions, connect with peers, and take insights back to your organizations. Because PR for results is not just a theme, it is a mandate. Welcome to Experiencing PR 2025. I hope you have a good time. Okay, and so at this session, we're going to have the magazine launch, the conference magazine. We launch this magazine every year at the Experiencing PR conference, and it is my privilege this morning to bring up stage a very, very esteemed, respected senior in the industry. I called him at very, very short notice, and he obliged. He not only said, Tolu, of course I will come. He said, whatever you need. And so please join me this morning to welcome upstage Mr. Yinka Adebayo as he launches our conference magazine at this conference. Thank you so much.
Just a smile for a start, and it only takes a spark to begin the fire in your heart. Wouldn't you agree? I believe that I can be.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on the established protocols, I just want to take that. Is it indeed a great privilege and honor for me to be here? Yes, I was called in at a very short notice, but PR has always been part of me. Because incidentally, for me, I'm in the advertising profession, but between advertising and PR, the line is getting blurred almost by the seconds. Incidentally, I studied mass comm, so PR is no strange to me. But I think the interesting thing, I like the Honorable Minister when she spoke and gave us instances of America and the rest of them. I'm hoping that very soon we'll be able to dangle amazing figures that has to do with Africa and more importantly, Nigeria. Because Nigeria as a country, we are too blessed to be poor. We have no business. God that has in his own wisdom created a nation and we have about 230 million people, estimate, who are very adventurous, innovative, energetic, vibrant, and very resilient. Is no mistake. If only we're able to get our acts right, the sky will just be our starting point. For me, I look at PR, but the way it's being used currently, particularly in our climate, we are more reactive rather than proactive. It's only when there are crises that people realize the importance of public relation. But oftentimes, the best approach would be for you to proactively take control of the narrative. And I want to employ each and every organization to be more proactive, to be more intentional, to be more deliberate about taking control of the narrative, using public relations, rather than wait for the narrative to take control of them. In this era of social media, whether you like it or not, people will label you. So it's either for you to determine how you want to be labeled, or you give them the liberty to take it for you.
It's filled with insightful, well-researched articles, and it's our hope that you'll take out time to read the articles, to stay on top of the industry, to ensure that you're fully armed and prepared in an ever-changing media landscape. It's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to ensure that this publication came to life, and we encourage everyone here to launch the magazine with a sum that's okay with their pocket. It's not being sold for a specific amount, and that's why we're encouraging people here to launch. It can be done publicly or privately, and if you do want to have the microphone to say one or two words as you launch, please indicate, and we'll have you here on stage. Again, this room is filled with business leaders, senior public office holders. We have marketing and communications professionals. We have students here. And the work that has gone into this magazine is applicable to everybody I mentioned. As we all know, that PR does deliver results. PR can be leveraged for innovation and also transformational leadership. The keynote address by the Honorable Minister did set the tone, highlighting the work, the burden we have as PR practitioners in contributing to national development, in maximizing the economic potential that Nigeria has, and by extension, other emerging markets in Africa, in Asia, and Latin America. And as I reflect on the PR potential in Nigeria, particularly during the December period, you will agree that a lot of the traffic that happened in December was as a result of the influx of tourists, not just from the United States or England or from countries that Nigerians go to in America and in Europe, but we also saw people that are not Nigerian come to Nigeria to experience Dirty December, and you know that PR had a role to play. So as we see people putting their money to go and check out Big Ben in London, which is a clock, and check out the Eiffel Tower in Paris, we believe that PR storytelling can drive results that will lead to tangible development and improved economic outcomes. So if you can indicate by a show of hand if you'd like to publicly launch the magazine, we would invite you on stage for a minute or two. Again, as we are posting on our various social media platforms, let's remember to use our official hashtags for today, EPR2025 and hashtag Experiencing PR 2025. Those are the two hashtags for this event. Please continue to post, share the word, and those of you joining us virtually, you can take pictures or screenshots of your screen and also share. As we know, this is a global conference, and we have delegates who have joined us from all across the world: the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom, Kenya, amongst others. So I'll just move on to the next item on the agenda, as we've seen no hands. Please, you can still launch this magazine privately. We're joined virtually for a special address by the 2025 President, Chartered Institute of Public Relations, CIPR. Please make her feel special and welcome with a resounding round of applause, Advita Patel. multimedia team, please let's cue to our virtual guest who will be delivering the special address. Advita will join us at some point, but we're very mindful of everyone's time here, so we'll move swiftly along to the next item on the agenda. Please join me in giving a resounding, warm round of applause as I read the bio and also invite our moderator for the CEO chat. As I said, Advita will be joining us when she's able to. If you've noticed, we're slightly ahead in terms of the time, and we're grateful that all our speakers have been very mindful of time. So if we do have to move things around, please bear with us as things have moved on very, very quickly. And we know that people work with the time that they are giving. So until we're able to confirm that Advita is joining us virtually, I'll have to move to the next item on the agenda, and then we'll bring Advita back on. So next, we have
every day. For this session, we are privileged to host a visionary entrepreneur and business strategist driving economic transformation in Nigeria. He will be talking on the topic from margin to mainstream, how industry leaders leverage storytelling to expand into new markets and maintain a competitive edge. As the founder and Group Chief Executive Officer of Landmark Group, he has been at the forefront of developing world-class business and leisure destinations in Nigeria. He has won several international awards due to his deep passion and contributions to real estate in Africa. He is a member of the prestigious Young Presidents Organization, YPO, and sits on the board of several national and international companies like MTN's Yellow Digital Bank, chairman of the board of Lakeshore Cancer Center, board director at Kimberly Rat Limited, Carbon Bank, amongst others. He is also one of the renowned lions on the Nigerian business reality show, Lion's Den, and is a 3-time TEDx speaker. Today, he would be sharing real insights and experiences on how he has leveraged storytelling to remain at the forefront of his industry in Nigeria and Africa.
The opportunity of a lifetime can only be realized in the lifetime of that opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Paul Nwanibe, CEO and founder, Landmark Group.
Please give a warm, resounding round of applause as Paul Nwanibe makes his way to the stage, the CEO of Landmark. To moderate this CEO chat, we have the principal business consultant at Elverida Limited, a business development and consulting company dedicated to building businesses of different levels. She is also the founder of Hire Right NG, a Nigerian recruitment platform for MSMEs and startups. Delegates here at Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025, please put your hands together as I invite the moderator for the CEO chat, Nkechi Alade. A resounding warm round of applause. Let's clap her hands as she makes her way to the stage to moderate what promises to be a very insightful CEO chat.
Yeah, I was wondering, it's pretty far, the distance. Okay. Yes, please. I mean,
I feel like I'm floating through existence. I feel like I'm living after time. I feel like I'm forced to break the silence. Is that a crime? Is that a crime? I feel like we're all following shadows. And shadows that don't know where to go. I feel like
Thank you
I'm
very much.
waiting for
Good morning,
tomorrow.
everybody. Pleasure to be here. I'm so excited to be moderating this session, sir. Thank you so much for being here as well. So my name is Nkechi, and they have introduced Mr. Paul. And I just want to start by saying that definitely you're a huge inspiration to a lot of business owners within Nigeria, within Africa, and beyond. So if you could just, in a couple of minutes, just tell us about who you are before we dive right into questions. Just, as brief as possible, and then we'll just go to the questions from there.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be here. And so I am three things, right? My name is Paul Owonibe, or I'm passionate about three things. My name is Paul Owonibe. The first thing I'm passionate about, obviously, is myself and my family. The second thing I'm passionate about is the company called Landmark, which I founded in 1997.
Okay.
And the third thing I'm passionate about is my football team called Arsenal. So you now know why I'm resilient.
Interesting. Thank you so much. So, we do know about your journey, your business, and the topic today is quite interesting. We're talking about from margin to mainstream, right? And your journey as a businessman, and of course, the impact of PR. So we're just going to start from there. You've given us a bit about who you are, but at the end of the day, we want to be able to see how you were able to navigate through certain challenges and storms that you dealt with as a business owner, and also help us who are also in business to be able to see the best decisions to make and how to navigate through such a journey, right? So we're going to start really by just asking you about Landmark, right? So Landmark, which was indeed, it has been a successful business in the entertainment space, leisure brand, and all of that. So how were you able to effectively communicate the vision, right, to be able to gain acceptance over a competitive edge? Because, it is a popular brand, it's a known business. So how were you able to do that over the years? What did you do?
Great question. It's a tough one as well, right? Because it's a journey, and at different stages of the journey, you witness certain challenges and opportunities. So there's the pain and the gain. I think the first thing is brand. Brand is very important because brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room.
Exactly.
So how you pursue and put out that brand, I think, is very important. So in terms of that story of who we are and what we've told, as I said, it's a journey, and in that journey, there's something we say at Landmark quite often, is that we don't celebrate victory, or we don't celebrate on the way to battle, as if we're coming back from battle. I remember, and I'll tell you a quick story. A long time ago, probably at the start of my career, there's a gentleman named Patrick Crotty. I worked for him. He was the project director for the Waterloo International Terminal. Okay. So we're going to build this terminal. And he said, at the time, and this was the late 80s, he said that, people come here, buy tickets, spend a few minutes, and we take them somewhere else, and they go somewhere else and spend their money. And he came up with that whole idea of how do you keep people here a little bit longer, right? Create some experiences. So at the Waterloo Terminal was the first one in the UK where they put offices, experiences, hotels, and stuff. So the whole idea was to just keep people there a little bit longer so people could come earlier and not necessarily miss their trains and then spend their money. And that's the single one thing that helped me sort of think about what I wanted to do at Landmark. So our strategy is simple. It's three things. Bring as many people as possible, give them an amazing experience, and make sure they tell other people about it. And another very quick story. So when we started Landmark in 2004 here, or the property that you know as Landmark Lagos in 2006, we built our event center first. And we're bringing a lot of people, and then people were coming, staying for the event for an hour or two, and then leaving to restaurants and hotels around us, right? So we only had about 10% share of their wallet, right? And we thought, what could we do to make sure that they stayed here a little bit longer? So we built effectively a leisure and lifestyle business around that, and we started getting people spending a lot more time. So we ended up with probably 90% share of their wallet.
Oh, wow.
And in the year before last, 2023, and we welcomed 4.5 million people.
Wow.
To Landmark. And that for us was a huge success. Yes.
Wow, thank you so much. That is indeed huge success. You said a lot of key things, but I want to start from the fact that you want to keep people there for as long as possible and have as much share of their wallet as possible. I think that's phenomenal, because truly, thinking about Landmark Lagos, there was no way you'd enter and not have variety of different things to do at the same time. So you can actually do so much in just one space. So that was definitely vision coming to life. I can't help but ask you, over the years, you've had a big vision. You've had to have people work with you. What are some of those things that you would say that you were looking for that have helped you build a competent team? Because you said something as well, which is your brand. Right? So meaning that you're very particular about your personal brand, and of course people working with you would need to abide by the company's core values. So what are those things that you would say you have been able to put in place to ensure that your team has been able to help you drive this vision?
Well, my former boss taught me this, and he said to me when I first started working with him, he said, the key to success is how you make ordinary people do extraordinary things. So all my life in Landmark, I've spent my time trying to ensure that everybody around me thinks outside the box, stretches themselves as far as possible, and does amazing things. And don't keep them to yourself. Talk about it. But the best way to promote yourself is to give other people amazing experiences. And if you give people amazing experiences, they will tell other people about those experiences, and people will continue to patronize you. In 2018, we did what effectively was a watershed moment in Landmark. And when we were trying to sort of regenerate our sort of leisure and lifestyle brand, and we had worked on it for about 3-4 years, but it wasn't quite there. We just couldn't train everybody to the standards that we required to deliver sort of international lifestyle facilities. So I chartered a jet, hired a hotel, and I flew my entire team to Dubai.
Really?
I know. We were stopped at the airport saying, how can you all be going at the same time?
Wow.
But we did, and it cost us, we borrowed the money, it cost us an absolute fortune. But, I look back and I say that was a game-changing time. I mean, 70% of the people, we had to get their passports for them. 80% of the people hadn't even been out of the country before. But what we did do, and we stayed in a 5-star hotel, and we spent 10 days there. And what it did do, it exposed people to how they could be, the services they could offer, the facilities and the experiences they could share. And that was memorable. And they came back, and they were amazing.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that in itself is really phenomenal for a business owner to do, because exposure, you can't teach it. You have to experience it. And I think that must have definitely transformed their mind. So when you're saying deliver, when you're talking about experience, when you're talking about global industries, they'll be able to get it a bit better because they've experienced that. Thank you for sharing that. So we're going to go back now to last year with the significant challenge, right, due to the government policies and how it impacted your business. That was a huge, huge impact on your business. So can you just tell us what are the strategies you used to help you to strike a balance between, saving your business, right, and then engaging with government and remaining top of mind to your customers? So what did you do?
It's a question, as you can imagine, I get asked a lot. And I don't always answer it in the way that people want me to answer it. But let me give another attempt. So no doubt it was another watershed moment in our lives, and I thought I would have the opportunity to tell you a few watershed moments that we've had in the past. So Africa as a continent, the region of West Africa, Nigeria as a country, Lagos as a state, and even our households, there are challenges all the time. But there are also opportunities. So there's pain and there's gain. And I remember my mom telling me when I was little, she says, you can't change the cards you're dealt. You can only change the hand you play, right? So what comes to you comes to you. You've got to just decide how to deal with it. So last year, it's almost a year to date, by the way.
Wow.
Obviously, the announcement was that a major part of our leisure facility had to give way for the first kilometer of this coastal road. So for us, it was massive, obviously, because we spent a long time and a lot of money building up. So I went through the normal things, the 5 stages of grief. I think, denial. Of course, this is impossible. Nobody's going to do that, right? Anger. Why me, right? Then you start bargaining. You then realize that it's serious, and then you bargain. We spoke to people at all levels, internally, externally. Then sadness when you realize that the socioeconomic activity we had created was inferior to what was being done. So we're a bit sad at the time. But lastly, one thing you can't afford to do in life is dwell in the sadness. A lot of people stop there. But the last stage of grief is acceptance. And at that point, you accept what has happened. You put it in the past. You're in today now. You're looking forward to the future. And we thought to ourselves, we sat down in the room and we said, you know what? It's happened. It's okay. It's an opportunity to do something great. And we're going to rebuild the biggest and the best facility West Africa has ever seen.
Wow.
So that's the decision we made. We've launched Landmark 2.0.
Wow, I do think he deserves a round of applause for that, because even we, your customers, right, the consumers of your products, we were very heartbroken. So imagine you now being the business owner, having to face not just your team, your customers, the government, but then having the mindset to be able to move. Most of your power lies as a person. So once you can control your mind, you can actually shift every other thing. So from what you've said now, it was you just coming to terms with it that, look, this thing has happened, but we need to move on. So I would say that for everyone here and everyone listening, it's really, you're going to face challenges. As a business owner, policies can be created today, can be switched on. They're going to affect everything that you're building, but you cannot lose sight of the vision. Because what you've done now is that you're building Landmark 2.0, right? So we're definitely excited. And we're definitely looking forward to that. Thank you for sharing that.
I'd like to add something, if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah, sure, please.
Because a lot of people, obviously, this was a publicly played out challenge. But I think it's important to at least share some of the watershed moments we've had in the past that have prepared us for this. So, look, I was born to a working class public service family, almost 60 years ago, by the way. And I was born in London because my father was a diplomat. And I was sent at the age of 10 to boarding school in Nigeria, Federal Government College, Lagos. It was the first time I'd ever come to Nigeria. That was a watershed moment in my life. I didn't like it. I was on hunger strike for quite some time. But eventually I loved it. And the truth is, if my father hadn't done that, then I wouldn't be here today. Second watershed moment. Fast forward 20 odd years. I went to work for a company called Regis. It was a startup company at the time. A man called Mark Dixon had sold his family bakery for 200,000 euros, launched this company, wanted to change the way people worked in the world. Invited me. He wanted to spread the business across the world, so he felt he should hire 7 people from 7 different continents. I was the African.
Wow.
So he met me, by the way, at Waterloo International whilst I was doing the project management work, and he was traveling. He said, "Where are you from?" I said, "Africa." He said, "Where in Africa?" "Nigeria." He said, "I want you to come and work with me." Wow. And after a few times, and that's power of networking, by the way, but so I went to work with him. He couldn't really pay my salary, so he offered me 5% shares. I told him, look, I had bread and butter issues. I couldn't really afford to give 5%, but I said, pay when you can. I'll enjoy the journey. Anyway, 7 years later, he floated that company for $1.4 billion. Oh, wow. I worked day and night. The 4 people of the 7 of us that took the 5% shares cashed in checks of $70 million.
Wow.
I got a handshake and a pat on the back. But having said that, again, I wouldn't be here if I took the 5%. Exactly. Yeah? Fast forward, I went out to set up Landmark, set it up in the UK. moved into America in 2001. Got a spanking new office in the World Trade Center on the 87th floor. 6 months later, a plane went into it. All my staff died. My business was destroyed. I was downstairs that day. I missed this thing by maybe 2 minutes.
Wow.
It took a long time to get over that. But again, that was another watershed moment.
Wow.
After 2 years of running around state departments in America trying to get compensation, couldn't get it. I thought to myself, the time is for Africa. So came to Africa. Opened up simultaneously in 4 different parts of Africa: Cairo for the north, Johannesburg for the south, Nairobi for the east, and Lagos for the west. Found out very quickly in Africa that, Africa had its own unique set of challenges and opportunities, and to be able to make hay while the sun shines here, you had to solve real problems for real people. There was a perception that security was an issue, traffic, infrastructure, beautification. So I thought, the best thing to do is put everything in one place. And that's basically the genesis of the landmark that you see today. We opened up in Angola, and that building was taken away from me 6 months after we had borrowed $9 million to do it by the government. We were paid the amount we spent, but it was quite a lucrative deal because we had done a deal with ExxonMobil. My building in Libya was blown up during the war.
Wow.
We owed 3.5 million euros at the time. 11 people were killed. Again, there was no compensation. It was an act of war, no insurance either.
Wow.
So we've had challenges, but we haven't stopped. So when what happened in Lagos last year, yes, it was a challenge, and yes, it was painful, but it is what it is. The good thing is that nobody died.
That's it.
Yeah? Nobody died. So we want to take that opportunity and say, from a brand perspective, yes, one door closed, but many windows opened. Landmark 2.0 would never have been launched if that hadn't happened.
True.
So we recognize the past, but we look forward to a very bright future.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, I think that's a very big takeaway for me. Like, recognize the past, but don't live there. You need to move. It happened, learn from it, take what you need to take from it, and keep it moving. Okay, so, we've seen that there have been announcements of landmark expansion to the southeastern part of Nigeria. So are there any more expansions we should be expecting around that? And also, you could have closed down this business. Facts. Like, if you wanted to, you could have just stopped and said, you know what, I've actually tried. Because even the journey, the story you've just told us, you've accomplished so much, but you didn't stop, right? So how would you say, right, that for us here, you're expanding to southern eastern, are there other parts of Nigeria looking at as well? And what is going to be different? What is really this Landmark 2.0? What is this?
So Landmark 2.0, we've decided to take effectively the most lucrative, the most efficient, and the most profitable parts of our business, which is the leisure, the lifestyle, the entertainment, and the events business, and expand it across the West African coastline.
Okay.
That effectively, in a nutshell, is Landmark 2.0. We've done over the last year a lot of research. We've spoken to a lot of people. We've traveled to 18 different countries. There's in many cities. I know there's this story out there about the Southeast.
Yes.
The Southeast is a small part of this, but it is a significant part.
Okay.
The Southeast and the South-South are very underserved places and represent huge opportunities. But having said that, as I said, we've narrowed down on 12 different places. I'm sure you've heard the news. We're going to Gambia, Liberia, Ghana, and we've been offered large seafront pieces of land.
Exactly.
We are in deep negotiations with a global, I was about to say shipping company, cruise ship company,
okay.
to create a West African cruise thing on these leisure and lifestyle platforms. We've signed deals, obviously, in some of the states that you've heard in the media. But I'll say for the first time here, we're doing another Lagos leisure play. We're doing another one in Ogun State, and we're in Plateau State, Abuja, Cross River. Maybe I should stop there. Huh? Right?
No, we're listening. We're eagerly listening.
But there are 12 venues over the next 3-4 years. Okay. And hopefully we can create a network of this across West Africa. So all of a sudden, Africans can travel within Africa, go on holiday, go for events. You know what we're good at in Africa? We're good at sports, events, retail, fashion, music. So we want to leverage on that and showcase Africa in its best light. And that's what this is all about. So we hope in 3-4 years' time I can sit in a place like this and tell a really good story.
Yes.
But you know, it's a journey. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing. But I'm curious, if this didn't happen, were you looking to expand to these other places?
You know, it's a great question. Yes, we had this blueprint, and look, I'm sure everybody in this room has had a blueprint and has a business plan. But the thing about business plans is, if you're incredibly successful at the first thing you do, you get lazy. You never follow through. If you fail at the first thing you do, you also get pushed back. When you're sort of in the middle, that's when you really execute your plan, because you're looking for what you hope to achieve. So the problem, we had that problem, is that, you know, some of the things that we touched were incredibly successful, and we never got to the next stage of the plan, which was expansion. We always wanted to do this, but this, I suppose, was a catalyst to do it. And, you know, no secret, it's opportunity-led as well. After what happened to us, you know, I got calls from 3 different African presidents, a lot of state governors. So there was opportunity coming out from the woodwork. And, you know, we are in a PR conference, and one of the things that this thing did for us, I mean, if I had to pay for the exposure that this brought to Landmark, I would have had to mortgage everything I own, right? So this thing was the catalyst to make us do this, and we hope that the story will be told in a positive light in the future.
Thank you so much. So okay. So we're going to talk about storytelling. You just spoke about PR and how, you know, with all of this that happened, you didn't have to pay for the media. Everybody wanted to talk to you. You were on every TV station. Everybody wanted to hear something from you. So with what it is that you've built and what you're building, what would you say that the impact of storytelling, how has that helped your brand in terms of storytelling? And of course, expanding to new markets, expanding across Africa. What is the impact of storytelling on your business so you can benefit us from the PR perspective? How has that helped you?
I'm huge, because if other people don't tell your story, then you've got to tell the story yourself, right? And if you tell it yourself, other people will then tell it. The key thing about storytelling is, I mean, the first thing is have a story to tell, right? And everybody, when you're starting a business or you're running a business or you're thinking of an idea, again, my former boss said this thing to me, said, you know, everybody has a great idea. But very few people have the ability to execute that idea, right? And when you think of something, like, so one of the things I don't do, I don't sign NDAs, and I don't give NDAs to anybody, right? Because there's no point, right? NDAs are, you give someone a business plan and they ask you to sign an NDA because you're afraid that they will share your unique experience. But there's nothing unique. If you thought of it, other people have thought of it. What other people haven't been able to do is execute it in a way that nobody else can. So the key thing is to focus on being excellent and executing something in a way nobody else can. And in my time, that's the number one thing I say to my team is, let's just be the very best we can. Let's leave no stone unturned. And let's do things in a way that nobody else can. And if other people do it in the same way, then it's even better because more people will get to tell that story. So we write our own story. We hope other people tell it. You know, at Landmark, we ask ourselves 3 things. When we try to do something, we ask ourselves 3 questions, and they have to be answered. The first one is, does it bring people here? The second one is, does it give them an amazing experience? And the third thing is, does it keep them here long enough? Right? Now, if those 3 questions are answered 9 out of 10, we roll the dice, right? Because the story will be told by all the people who came, that had an amazing experience, and then kept them there. And obviously, as you said at the beginning, we get a better share of their wallet.
Yes, I like that, because what you're doing is that you're constantly reminding yourselves of the vision and not losing sight of it. So I have 2 questions from what you just said, right? So the first one is this. You said something about, you know, having a business vision and all that. You deal with, I'm sure people send you pitches every day. People send you business plans every day. With the ones that would say, click here to sign an NDA, or, you know, use Dropbox, or whatever the case may be. So, I mean, on your journey as a business person, what advice would you give to people who are, you know, starting a new business or looking to expand from your experience? Because you deal with SMEs, you deal with business owners every day. You've been given a lot of information, but if you were to just summarize it and say, this is one thing you should pay attention to, what would that thing be?
Yes, it's a really good question. I get asked this a lot, by the way, and some of you may know I was on the Lions Den program, which Some of you may know it as Shark Tank. Some of you may know it as Dragon's Den. And during that time, I experienced, that's when I knew this country is safe. It really is safe. I mean, there are a lot of people with some amazing talent, amazing ideas, and the rigor and the resilience to sort of deliver those things. And some of the people I had invested in, and when we sat down, and people are always expecting words of wisdom, but the truth is, there's really no wisdom. All you can give is experience, right? So people look at you and they expect you to say something that lights a bulb. But I ask myself 3 things when I'm doing something new, right? First of all, you must know yourself. So I ask myself, is this me, right? What's my risk bandwidth for this? How far am I prepared to go? What are my standards? So is it me? That's the first question you've got to ask yourself. The second question you've got to ask yourself is, do you know the market? Right? So people say, there's a gap in the market I want to fill. But the number one question you ask yourself is there actually a market in that gap? Right? Because when you think there's a gap in the market, other people have thought the same thing. Then people have either gone into it and failed, or they haven't done it well enough. It doesn't mean you can't do it, but you must ask yourself, is there really a market in that gap? And if there's a market in that gap, then do your analysis, right? And then the third thing I always say, and I know I have a couple of my team members here, so they will shout when they hear this. I basically say, know your numbers. And by that, I mean count. Count everything. So I'll tell you a very quick story. I don't know, how many of you have played table tennis, lawn tennis, a two-way game? Wow. Okay, all right, a lot of sports people in the hall. So those games, before you start counting, right, you're trying all sorts of things, you're getting crazy, you're taking real risks, right? Then the minute you say zeros, you get a bit more conservative. You start counting, you're now being more careful, right? So I would make sure you know your numbers. Count. If you can't count it, it doesn't count, right? If you can't count it, it doesn't count. So... So just like a sports match, right? Make sure anything that's important to you count. When you say to yourself, well, I get up at 6 a.m., I do exercise for 20 minutes, I then go to shower, then I go to work, I work for 10 hours or 8 hours or whatever, you're counting, right? The minute you're dealing with things on a qualitative aspect, it means it doesn't matter, right? If it matters to you, you count it. That's why you know your age, you know how long you spent in school, you know how many days you want to work, you know how much money is in your bank account, right? If you can't count it, it doesn't count. That's the single most important thing for success, I think.
If you can't count it, it doesn't count. Okay, so very last question. So when it comes to expansion of businesses, you've done that efficiently and excellently. What are some of the mistakes you would say that business owners tend to make when it's time to scale, and how can they avoid them?
Another good question. So I was asked this question outside, and I believe in partnerships. I believe in collaboration, right? There's a South African saying that if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone, right? So I believe in partnerships. The problem with partnerships is they're the good, the bad, and the ugly. And in our time, we've had good partnerships, bad partnerships, and absolutely ugly partnerships, right? So the quality of success depends on how good your partner is. So spend a lot of time in choosing the right partner. I remember Warren Buffett said, I've never done a good deal with a bad person, right? Likewise, he's never done a bad deal with a good person. So spend your time and your efforts choosing the person and the partner. But you don't have to go alone all the time. And I know when you have experiences with bad partners, it's very tempting to say, oh, you know what, I'm going to do this alone. These people are unreliable and they're useless. It's not true. They're people like you, right? So find the people who are like you. If you're unreliable, then find fellow unreliable people, right? If you're reliable, the thing our parents used to say to us when we were young, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are, right? So, nobody really is a loner. But just find the people who think like you, who act like you, who behave like you, and who are as motivated as you are. And then get into partnership with them and expand and conquer the world.
Thank you so much. Look, I could go on and on and on, but we really do appreciate your time, and it's been so amazing chatting with you. Thank you.
The pleasure's mine. Thank you so much.
Please remain on stage. We'd like to have a picture with the convener. I hope we all learned a lot from that CEO chat about the power of PR and how it can drive results, but also innovation, and maybe also push us away from that comfort zone to really reach for the stars. Who would have thought that what many considered as probably the end has turned out to be a beautiful beginning, and we're very hopeful that in another 5-10 years, this will be an even bigger and more beautiful story that will be told. So at this point, we do have our virtual speaker who will be joining us for the special address. I'd originally introduced her, and once this photo session is concluded, we'll hear from her. Just a reminder for those who have joined us here physically in Lagos and those joining us virtually to continue to capture the moments, to continue to tell the story and share on your various social media platforms using hashtag EPR2025 and hashtag ExperiencingPR2025. And yes, our virtual delegates, you can take pictures of your screen and also screenshots. Thank you so much. Once again, let's put our hands together for our able moderator and the CEO of Landmark, Paul Onwanibe. Indeed, that was a very insightful CEO chat. So let's fix our eyes on the screen as we receive the 2025 President of Chartered Institute of Public Relations, CIPR, in the person of Advita Patel, who's joining us virtually. Advita, we can't hear you. We just want to sort out the sound. Multimedia, please let's work on sound and also let her know once she's audible so she can start from the top. Advita, we can see you. Can you say something? Please do bear with us, Advita, as we rectify the sound issues. Would like to hear every single thing you have to say to us in your special address. Advita, I think our sound is great. Please go ahead.
Is it working? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good, that's good. Well, as I was saying, it's truly an honor to be here today at the Experiencing PR 2025 conference, virtually as well. But before I get going, I wanted to extend my gratitude to all of you for your outstanding work and the work that you're doing in Lagos and Nigeria and across Africa as well. It's inspiring and essential that we have these types of conferences to talk about public relations. And when we talk about public relations and results, we're talking more than just visibility or media coverage. We're talking about real, tangible impact that can help elevate and change businesses and drive meaningful change. But we do have to rethink our approach if we want to continue in the modern workplace. And there are 3 key strategies I am going to talk to you about today. And we just heard about impactful storytelling with the previous speaker. PR is more than just telling great stories. It's about telling the right stories in the way to drive action. And the most successful PR strategies have been driven by data-driven insights. Can you all still hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay, good. So as I was saying, that impactful storytelling, PR has to be more than just telling great stories. It's about telling the right stories in the right way, drive that action. The most successful PR strategies are built on authenticity, credibility, and data-driven insights. So if you think about the last time you saw a PR campaign, what made you stop and pay attention? The chances are it's because it connected with you on an emotional level and had a very clear purpose. And let's take, for example, the organizations that have used public relations to drive social change and influence business decisions. It was always the storytelling that was rooted in truth and transparency that made that impact and helped us become that catalyst for transformation. As PR professionals, we have to challenge some of the status quo that we've come across, and we have to look at change that's increasing in trust in leadership, improving brand reputation, and driving policy shifts. The second area is something that's really close to my heart, and that is about inclusion and making sure that we have representation in the work that we are doing. But yet, we still see campaigns that fail to reflect the incredible diversity of the audiences that we are trying to reach. And for PR to truly deliver those results, we have to be inclusive by design. And this means ensuring that we have representation both in leadership and the stories that we're telling, engaging diverse voices in celebrating and recognizing some of those stories that we're telling, and helping businesses to make sure that we're holding them accountable for the work that they're doing as well. I've seen firsthand on how these inclusive communications can transform storytelling and inclusion when people feel seen and they feel heard and they feel valued in the work that they're doing. And engaging diverse voices to shape the narratives that are authentic and reflective of the real world is what makes the difference. And as PR professionals, we have to hold businesses accountable. We have to do that. We have to hold them accountable. We have to make sure that we're telling the right stories and including the people that will make a difference. And when people do feel valued and engaged, it will make a big difference to the power of public relations. And that's what we're about at the Chartered Institute of Public Relations, is making sure that everyone feels included and feels belongs in the work that we're doing. And in today's world, we also need to look at that we have to leverage some of our digital platforms as well. Our digital platforms can help us communicate and build influence in what we're doing. There's no longer that traditional media that we used to be going for in 20, 15 years ago. We now need to be, as PR professionals, updated, and we need to be looking at how digital platforms can help us enhance our work. And that is something that I am seeing on a day-to-day basis across the globe. Those PR professionals who are succeeding, who are transforming, who are making a difference, are embracing the digital platforms around us. For business leaders in developing economies, the platforms like LinkedIn that offer us that global gateway of visibility, it's up to us to own that narrative. Just like the previous speaker said, we have to build that professional credibility, and we need to make sure that people recognize PR as a strategic function in the work that we're doing and not a tactical function, and we are seen around that boardroom table. When we are seen like that, innovation is not just about technology, it's about having that mindset. Are we adapting to new trends? Are we looking at measures and successes of our campaigns? Are we challenging those outdated methods and driving real business outcomes? The future of PR belongs to those who embrace change, leverage innovation, and use their voice to create meaningful impact. As I close, I want to leave with you this challenge. How will he use PR to not just tell the stories, but to shape the future? How will he push for results that truly matter and drive leadership and transform businesses? PR is one of the most powerful tools in the world. And when we use it with purpose, inclusivity, and innovation, it doesn't just communicate a message, it changes the world. I hope you enjoyed that small address, and it's a privilege to be asked to talk to all of you today, online and in person. Thank you for your invitation.
We sure did. Please give a warm round of applause for Advita Patel. Definitely took down one or two notes. It's about impactful storytelling, telling the right story the right way. And three things we should always look out for: authenticity, credibility, and the evidence through the data, that it's data-driven. And storytelling should be rooted in truth and transparency. I also love what she said about inclusion, making sure that our stories are inclusive of the different audiences, the underrepresented audiences, women, people living with disabilities, marginalized populations. A lot of notes to take in. And we hope that throughout this conference, you're taking down the notes, you're fully present, you're engaging with all the conversations, the presentations that are happening here on stage. And when we do break for networking, just like Advita said, LinkedIn. So yes, it's great to have your business card, but what's even better is that LinkedIn connection. At this point, I would like to invite for a brief talk one of our sponsors. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ayodele Adeyinka, Business Development Director at UNICAF. A warm round of applause, please. Let's clap our hands as he makes his way to the stage.
Thank you, highly appreciated. Standing on all existing protocols, it's an honor to be in your midst this morning, to be in your midst in the morning, and also to talk about UNICAF. But before talking about UNICAF, I've been there for a while and I've listened to a couple of speakers talk. I think one thing is germane and it also brings us into alignment with what you're doing today. UNICAF basically is a brand that is value-driven, value addition, value creation. And if you see the theme of what you're doing today, experiencing PR, not just PR that drives results. I think one of the things I've learned while growing up is the only thing that banishes insult is results. And definitely, whatever it takes to get results, as long as it's straightforward, as long as it's in sync, one should also do it. I'll just run us through what UNICAF does basically, and what makes us align with what you are doing today. UNICAF basically is the foremost online educational platform in Nigeria. Our reason for coming on board basically is one, to break down financial and social barriers. But not just that, also we are also in sync because we are also all inclusive. And that's why for the International Women's Day, which basically the month is actually for the women, we've also rolled out something that is very unique for the women. And that will also be encompassing for as many as in this conference today, and for those who are also joining us to celebrate whatever we are doing today. Basically, we are an online platform. We offer masters, bachelors, doctoral degrees in full spectrum. And our full spectrum ensures that we are covering every area, from law to medical to engineering to oil and gas. So what it means in essence is beyond the conventional MBA, which is in the forefront or the front burner of every other institution, we offer specific programs that you can cascade to real life scenarios and be very, very competitive and globally compliant in your workplaces. So basically, beyond the masters, beyond the bachelors, even beyond the doctoral, one of the things that also stands us out is the flexibility. You know, one thing that is germane now is work-life balance. How do you go to school and at the same time keep your family intact, and at the same time also maintain your professional, your friends, that no area of your life affects another? That is one of the things that makes UNICAF unique. And that's why we are also in sync with experiencing PR. With our flexibility model, what it means in essence is for as many as are working and who want to upskill here, you can study at your own pace. After work, in the evening, there's no specific time. You are not tied, you are not bound by any regulation to actually study at a particular. You can study at your own pace. Then also because it's modular, what it also means in essence is you have easy access to your module at any time and any pace of the day. So invariably, what it means in essence is you don't have the barrier of going to a physical campus is broken. The barrier of also saying you want to spend money to travel, Japa syndrome, is also broken. Thirdly, you also get a degree that is internationally recognized and accredited. I can tell you, UNICAF has presence in 12 African countries, physical presence in 12 African countries. We have a very functional center in Lagos, and currently we have 3 strategic partners, 3 UK strategic partners, University of East London, the John Moores University, and also the University of Suffolk. These are strategic partners that are prestigious and are ranked both for UNESCO and also the World Higher Education Order. So basically, what we are bringing to the table for you here, which also is in sync with experiencing PR, is the fact that you can have education, you can have flexible education, you can have convenient education, you can also have affordable. Because what we are offering for everyone who is here and also who is celebrating with the women is an 85% scholarship. What it means is UNICAF will be responsible for 85% of the tuition fees. You are only responsible for 15%. And the good news is this, even for the 15%, we are going to have a customized, personalized plan on how you can pay. What it means is we can spread it for 36, 40, as many installments as is convenient for your pockets, by virtue of the fact that you are in this program and by virtue of the fact that you are associated with experiencing PR. We are going to give you that for the generic one, which we offer an average Nigerian, is 70%, between 70 and 75. But for this occasion, for as many as are here who want to upskill, who want to be better, who want to be globally compliant, we are offering 85% to celebrate with experiencing PR. Then another thing I also want to bring everyone to speed with respect to the degrees, is that all degrees, all programs offered by UNICAF, either the UNICAF universities in 12 African countries or even our strategic partners, are all internationally recognized and accredited. They are accredited by the British Accreditation Council, which is the highest body in the world for accreditation. So you can be sure that whatever you obtain from UNICAF is globally compliant. What it means is you have left the era of local champion to become a globally compliant giant. So I'm going to encourage you, because our stance is actually down, and we're encouraging as many as are here. For me, I think beyond those who are working, this will also speak majorly to the women. You know, one of the constraints about women is they have a lot of things. They need to attend to children, they need to attend to husband, they need to attend a lot of things. So, but breaking all those barriers is the fact that through a virtual learning environment, you can actually pursue your ambitions and become relevant both to the community, to your family, and also to everyone who is associated with you. So I will encourage you, please, for everyone who wants to encourage this, please, our stands are down, and we have people who are there to attend to you. You will enjoy 85% scholarship from UNICAF. Thank you. God bless you.
So we have an advert from UNICAF that will play, and right after that, one of our sponsors' adverts before we move to our networking break. So just fix your eyes on the screen for the advert.
In 2025, UNICAF proudly welcomes 33,000 students from around the world, reaffirming our commitment to providing accessible, high-quality education for everyone. We've awarded more than $120 million worth of scholarships, empowering students to achieve their dreams, and we're committed to continuing to transform lives through education. It was a year of significant milestones, bringing UNICAF closer to our vision of empowering students globally. Our cutting-edge campus in Zambia officially opened its doors, a symbol symbol of our commitment to expanding access to higher education, we hosted and attended unforgettable graduation ceremonies across the globe, including UNICAF University in both Malawi and Zambia, the University of East London, Liverpool John Moores University in Egypt, and the University of Suffolk. 5,399 graduates from over 100 countries celebrated their accomplishments. And UNICAF University in Zambia was once again named the best online education provider, an honor we proudly hold for the third year in a row. 2024 also saw UNICAF form over 50 new strategic partnerships, strengthening our global presence and enhancing educational opportunities for our students. These partnerships span across institutions, businesses, and communities, opening doors to career development, international collaboration, and further opportunities for our students. In addition to our academic and institutional achievements, UNICAF was present at several global events that brought together thought leaders, educators, and students alike, showcasing the value of online education and the opportunities it provides. Through all these milestones, UNICAF's reach expanded further. Our diverse student community made 2024 extraordinary. By uniting learners from different regions, we continue to build bridges across continents, strengthening our mission to make education accessible to all. It was a year marked with incredible achievements, but the journey continues as we remain dedicated to transforming lives through education. UNICAF, breaking barriers, empowering students and transforming lives. In 2025, we're ready to go even further, with more scholarships, more lives to transform, and more partnerships to build a brighter future together.
Alpha by Union Bank is a proposition for women, designed to empower you, support your growth, and unlock the opportunities you deserve. For every woman daring to dream, for every step, every hustle, every triumph, Alpha empowers your journey to success. Join our community of fearless women who are achieving greatness. Alpha, enabling success for women.
A round of applause for our sponsors. We now have 20 minutes for our networking break. We encourage you to use this opportunity to stretch, to meet people, to respond to the call of nature if you have to, because right after the networking break, we have an industry panel, we have the Leaders Lounge, we'll have some exercise, and we'll have the open mentorship chat. And you don't want to miss a second of it. This is also a great time to share your feedback so far on the red carpet, to have your pictures taken, to post on social media using our hashtags for the day, EPR 2025 and hashtag experiencing PR 2025. We still have some of our invited speakers here with us. This is a good time to network, to engage with them, to exchange LinkedIn contacts, to send out that invitation, ensure that they accept you, send a quick DM. Let it not just be about exchanging business cards. So I'm expecting that we'll get up on our feet, we'll begin to make our way outside to engage, to refresh ourselves, have our pictures taken, use the bathroom, and network. This is a networking break for about 19 minutes. Around the 15-minute mark, I'll begin to make announcements so that we're mindful of our time. And for those of us who have joined virtually, we encourage you to use this time to also network virtually. You have the names, you can check them out on LinkedIn, you can share your photos and your videos using the hashtag, and we will be back at about 12:17 p.m. So another 17 minutes for networking. Thank you once again. see some people are still sitting down. If you're sitting down, we're hoping that you're networking with the person next to you, in front of you, behind you. Ensure you're exchanging contacts, sending out invitations on LinkedIn. Remember, we still have the Leaders Lounge, the highly anticipated industry panel, some exercise to get us moving, and mentorship, all happening at the Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025.
Used to be my everything, treated me like I was a queen. What spell did it cast on me? Or was it a make-believe? You say, girl, never be afraid of ever, ever loving me. Those words I hung on to. Oh God, I was a fool. You became my bad habit, keeping up appearances so you could notice. Even when you suddenly picked the things and left the keys, that's crazy. Moti sara mi folua, go show.
We have water at the back if you need to be refreshed and hydrated. Free bottles of water at the back. So please make your way to the back, pick up a bottle of water, stay hydrated, stay refreshed, and continue to network. DJ, give us some music.
The clouds go gray, from the roars and the earth sings. Season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. For the pouring of my blessings, I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. In the rain, it's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready. standing alone can be a heavy load. But my vows I won't be breaking, though my heart is aching. I got a word and I won't let go. It's your will I'm seeking, so I keep on believing. I see it now, I understand, I know, so I embrace it, dance. Once again it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. I thought it was over, thought you were done with me, but we're just beginning. Whoa, my life is a journey. I will walk with you, I will go where you want me to. Yes, I will go. There is fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be on the run. Oh, there is fire on the mountain top, and no one is running. I wake up in the morning, tell you what I see on my TV screen. I see the blood of an innocent child, and everybody's watching. Now I'm looking out my window, and what do I see? I see an army of a soldier man marching across the street. Hey, hey, Mr. Soldier Man, tomorrow is the day you go to war. Boy, you are fighting for another man's cause, and you don't even know him. Ooh, what did it say to make you so blind to your conscience and reason? Could it be love for your country, or for the gun you use in killing? So there is fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be on the run. Oh, there is fire on the mountain top, and no one is running. Hey, Mr. Loverman, can I get a chance to talk to you? 'Cause you are fooling with a dead man's corpse, and you don't know what you do. So you say you have a lover, and you love her like no other. So you buy her a diamond that someone has died on. Don't you think there's something wrong with this? Tell me, who's responsible for what we teach our children? Is it the internet vision. Why, oh, why? Why, oh, why, oh? So little Lucy turned 16. And like the movie she's been seeing, she has a lover in her daddy. She can't tell nobody till she makes the evening news. For there is fire on the mountain and there is nobody around. Oh, there is fire on the mountain top and no one is surrounding. Oh yes. One day the river will overflow and there'll be nowhere for us to go, and we will run, run, wishing we had put out the fire. Oh Lord, for there is fire on the mountain, yeah, yeah, and there is nobody, nobody. Oh, there is fire on the mountain and no one is running. So yeah, yeah, yeah. There is fire, fire in Africa, oh, fire everywhere in the sea, yeah, in the air. No one is surrounding. Fire, 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 yeah,
Yeah. If I told you how I came this far and all the things that I've been through, need I tell you that I've been to
grab a bottle of water. You can come back with your cups of coffee. Let's begin to make our way to our seats. We have about 4 more minutes. 4 minutes and we reconvene here at Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025.
have
exercise break and our authors chat and open mentorship. We have so much to get through at this conference. We have our next speaker who has joined us virtually all the way in the United Arab Emirates, and we will want to keep her waiting. Please, 1 more minute for us to all take our seats and give our full attention to our virtual guest who is joining us from the United Arab Emirates. Ushers, please let's begin to direct people to their seats. We still have quite a lot to get through. We have our industry panel, Leaders Lounge, Authors Corner, Mentorship Chat. And we know that you've left your businesses, you've left your offices, you've left your homes, you've left your clients to be here today. And we're very mindful of your time. One house, please, as we do have to reconvene now. We encourage everyone to take their seats. Perhaps the gentleman or the lady next to you isn't sitting down. Please just nudge them gently and tell them to take their seats. To the gentlemen and to the ladies in front, please, we're waiting so you can take your seats and we can start. We do have our guest who has joined us virtually from the United Arab Emirates to address us specially. Thank you for your attention. Please put your hands together as we welcome the Chair, Middle East Public Relations Association, in the person of Kate Midton, who's joining us virtually. A warm round of applause. Can we give her a resounding Lagos applause? A thunderous applause, please. Even as we finish off our conversations, fix our eyes on the screen for this special address. Hello, Kate. Lovely to see you.
Oh, so wonderful to be here. And I have to say, it should be me putting my hands together for you. I was just listening in the break there, and you guys know how to do a conference properly. I love there was music on the Zoom screen, and I could see what was happening. You guys look like you're having a great time there. So firstly, I just want to say thank you. It's really wonderful to be invited to join in on this event. So my name is Kate Midton, and I wear a few different hats, actually. I'm the chairperson of the Middle East PR Association. I'm the founder, and I also serve on the board of trustees for the Future Communicators Foundation. You all, if you're on LinkedIn, please do reach out. My name is Kate Mittoon. I'm the only Kate Mittoon in the world, so I'm really, really easy to find. Feel free to reach out. I'd love to keep the conversation going after today. So yesterday we launched the Global PR Report for International Communications Consultancy Organization, which is ICO. We had Mary and Joki from Glasshouse PR representing Africa, and I spoke a little bit about the Middle East. But what really struck me through the conversation was Paul Holmes from Provoke, saying that the absolute best work isn't just coming from places like London and New York and Hong Kong anymore. It's not from the traditional hubs. In fact, it's from emerging places like right here in Africa, as well as other really exciting regions. And so that's why I'm really excited. I feel honored to be here and to be talking with you. And I hope that it leads to long-term collaboration between MEPRA and your agencies for future campaigns. I think that we have a lot to learn from each other, and whether or not that's fresh creative approaches or new ways of telling stories or cutting edge tech. I hope that by sharing insights from MEPRA, we can spark new ideas that help you in your journey, but also help us to learn as well. So a little bit about the Middle East PR landscape. Much like Africa, the Middle East is incredibly diverse, and we have different languages, we have different dialects and different cultures as well. A bit of a melting pot with, I think, where I'm sitting in the UAE, we have more than 200 different nationalities, and it makes it really difficult to create really compelling PR campaigns. But on the plus side, it's dynamic and it's fast-paced, and we have all sorts of local and global pressures, not all of them pleasant. I think we're all feeling the crunch from the change of president in the United States, but that's a whole other session in itself. So I think, the global pressures as well as regional pressures, we're all feeling them, and it changes the way that we communicate and we do our job on a daily basis. But as chairperson of the Middle East PR Association, my job is to help PR professionals across the region to navigate some of these challenges and make the most of the opportunities, really. So for MEPRA, how we do this is largely through committees and working groups. We rely very heavily on WhatsApp in our region. So when someone comes up with a good idea on WhatsApp, then usually they become a head of a committee or a working group. And then they become dedicated to everything from small independent agency group, sustainability and mental health. So we address all of those topics really through working on these fantastic initiatives as a collaborative. So some of our key initiatives that we do at MEPRA are things that might resonate with you, but also maybe they're not things that you particularly want to implement, but maybe just good to know and understand how we do things in the Middle East. So we do have a SMICS group. SMICS is something very close to my heart because I have a large agency, but the SMICS group is the small, medium, independent and consultant. And we know how challenging it can be to run a small agency or work for an independent agency. You've got to wear so many different hats. You've got to be the accountant, the creative director, the HR manager, sometimes the account manager. So we understand just what those pressures look like. And then on top of that, you've got to compete with the network agencies. So we give our SMICS group a support system, access to training, to community for sharing tips. We have an industry rate card for fair pricing. So I think anyone who's worked in agency has heard from someone, you're too expensive. So making sure that particularly our smaller businesses and freelancers have a rate card that they can then show to their clients or potential clients to say that they're pricing fairly if they're not going to be delivering the same quality of work. But also really just giving people connections, also connecting them with independent networks around the globe. So like the people in this room here, perhaps we can connect people to be doing work together. I know I get mandates to do work in Africa, and I'd love to share that. Making sure the little guy isn't left behind in the world of PR. One of the other topics that we tackle is sustainability. So using comms for good. As communicators, we have ability or any other topic, but we do have that ability to tap into communities and to also make sure that we're holding companies and clients more responsible towards and being accountable towards sustainability practices. So at MEPRA, we work hard to prevent greenwashing, we share knowledge, and we hold each other accountable. We call people out when they're not doing the right thing, and we speak with an honest voice. We'll see, and we believe that we'll see more companies step up their environmental and social responsibility, and that's something that really benefits all of us. Another thing that we do, moving on, is awards. So we celebrate impact, not just the glamour of the awards. It's always really nice to get dressed up and go to these events, but really what we're aiming to do is make sure that we're recognizing work that truly moves the needle and is commercially and socially responsible. And I actually think, I was thinking earlier today about how great it would be if we could collaborate together. Maybe there's a project that people in the room today can work on with agencies in the UAE that really creates award-winning work. I think it's inspiring to think about what we could learn from pulling out creative talent together. And then mental health. So I think we can be real, regardless of the region. PR is really high pressure. It's late nights, it's back-to-back deadlines and constant crises. There's a lot to deal with. And sadly, our industry is probably one of the worst offenders. I know in the Middle East, through research that we've done, that the PR industry is one of the worst offenders when it comes to burnout and mental health issues. And so at MEPRA, we've rallied together. Members have contributed to funding a mental health hotline that people can access if they're feeling like they need extra support or someone to talk to. And on top of that, we're creating mental health guidelines that also encourage flexible schedules, access to counselling, and real mental health support as well. We're also crafting workshops specifically for PR people because our challenges are unique. So we really believe that if we prioritize our team's well-being, we'll see better work, we'll see better standards, more creativity, and stronger client relationships as well. And one, I don't think you can go to an event anymore without someone talking about AI. So this one is obviously quite topical and one that's not going to go away anytime soon. But we have taken the bull by the horns. We have put together guidelines to help agencies adopt tools ethically, make sure that they are using them in the right way, being transparent, avoiding bias, which is a very big problem, and making sure that we're respecting privacy as well. So we've put together guidelines on this, and this is something that we can share with you if you're interested in it. But we also provide ongoing training opportunities and further updates on AI throughout the year to make sure that everyone has access to the best. And language. I mean, I know Africa has far more languages than the Middle East does, but we, have that similar dual language challenge, but also all of the dialects and different ways of communicating in each country. So many of our documents languages, and so we need to make sure that we're embracing that. So the theme here today is experiencing PR, and I love that because PR is something that we all do, we feel it, and we live it every day, regardless of whether you're in the industry or not. And the best learning comes from rolling up our sleeves, sharing our stories of what has worked and what hasn't. And I think actually I'd love to share a list of things that I'd love to see. So I'd love to see more cross-regional projects. So it would be great to have an agency in Lagos working with an agency in Dubai, imagining the bilingual and multicultural campaigns that we could create together. Sharing thought leadership, so perhaps we can host joint webinars together, write case studies together, build open resources that can also be shared as well, perhaps building on things like the AI and mental health guidelines that we've developed. And then mentoring and networking, so encouraging more women in PR to join these networks, supporting each other, hiring each other, and building each other up as well. But before I go, let me just say again how grateful I am to be here. Africa and the Middle East are both bustling with new ideas and innovative talent. I believe that we are challenging the rest of the world in the best possible way to create better standards, and we're bringing creativity to the forefront. Together, I think that we can shape the future of PR in ways that truly matter. I think we can make global change, not just for our agencies and clients, but for communities and the world at large. So please, please do connect, stay engaged, check out MEPRA's website and social media channels. We are on Instagram and also on LinkedIn. We do use the full name Middle East PR Association. So if you're looking for us, look under that. We do have training events and awards. If you see a way to collaborate, please reach out. And then championing excellence and well-being. So whether it's new tech or a new campaign, let's remember to look after each other, let's look after our people and celebrate the diversity that makes our industry just so exciting. Thank you so much for having me today. I am very, very grateful. I look forward to connecting with you. I hope you have a really wonderful afternoon. I know you've got a lot to get through. I'd love to connect with you in person next year if possible. I'd love to be there. It looks like a great day. And I'm also just really excited about partnerships and friendships we'll build as we continue to elevate PR across Africa, the Middle East, and the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kate. Please give a warm round of applause. Very interesting, the things she shared, things that we also go through here in emerging markets. I love that you touched on sustainability, you touched on mental health, having to deal with the high pressure nature of the job, the constant crises, and of course the big one, AI. And we do look forward to having you join us in person next year. And just like she said, it's all about inspiration. I look forward to have the industry panel video play. Have the industry panel video play. Again, I know some people have just joined us. We welcome you to Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025. If you already haven't put your phones or devices on silent mode, now is a great time to. This event is being recorded. We are joined by delegates from across the globe, just like our last speaker who joined us from the United Arab Emirates. So we wouldn't like for any ringtone to go off or any sounds from the devices. So let's just ensure that all our devices are on silent and vibrate mode. And speaking about devices, let's also ensure that we're responsible for all our personal belongings, all our personal effects at all times. Please ensure you keep them close to your person at all times. Please, can we have the video play? All right, we'll come back to the video. We'll now move on to our industry panel lead. And I'm really excited about this industry panel session as it looks at PR strategies to win quiet wars in business and in government. A lot of times, the wars we hear about are the ones that make it out in the media. But behind the scenes, there are wars you can win, and nobody gets to hear about them in the media. So this is a panel that you want to bring out your pen, your paper, your notepad, and take notes. To start off the conversation with a presentation, it gives me great joy to introduce our panel lead. Israel Okpeyemi is the Managing Director and Chief Strategist of Chain Reactions Africa, one of Africa's leading strategic communications consultancy. He has served as an external public relations consultant to high-profile public sector clients, including the federal government of Nigeria, and led strategic communications efforts for some of the world's most recognizable brands, including Reckitt, Vital Voices, One Campaign, Nine Mobile, First Bank of Nigeria, Polaris Bank, Meta, HP, Dubai Tourism, Motorola Solutions, the World Bank, and the National Social Investment Office, NSIO, among others. Delegates present here in Lagos and those joining us virtually, you can also applaud with the emoji. But for us here, let's put our hands together for our panel lead in the person of Israel Okpeyemi. A warm, resounding round of applause as he makes his way to the microphone to set the tone for what promises to be an engaging panel.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. You know, I've been asked to come and speak on quiet wars. Quiet wars. Quiet wars. But we will also speak about the open wars. Okay? So we won't just speak about the quiet ones alone, we will also speak about the open ones. And so, I've been asked to speak on PR strategies to win quiet wars in business and in government. Let me begin by saying this. Nothing prepares you to face war in business or in government as a public relations professional, as the constant reminder you set for yourself about who you are. About the constant reminder you set for yourself about who you are. So, the first thing is, who am I as a public relations person? What's the nature of my calling? What's the nature of my calling? Please tap your neighbor and say, who are you? What's the nature of your calling? Aha, now I'm beginning to love this audience. So, as a staff of Chain Reactions Africa, I intentionally adopted a designation for myself. In my role as a managing director, I also reminded myself daily with my designation as managing director, chief strategists. Because that's the best way I can wake up every day and remind myself of who I am. That my job is to think strategy daily. My job is to think about the business of my business. My job is to think about the business of my clients. Ladies and gentlemen, public relations professionals, do I have your liberty do I have your social permission this afternoon to shake some tables? Can we shake tables? All right. So first and foremost, you are a strategist and you are a prophet in the marketplace. You are a strategist and you are a prophet in the marketplace. What do prophets do? I'm not talking about those guys who just go and put on artificial dreadlocks and engage in some pretentious ecstasy, and pretend to have seen your future. Prophets help you to unravel the past, understand the present, and predict the future. In the summer of 1978, while some adults were at beaches around the world, some of our forebears gathered together in the city of Mexico. They asked themselves, what shall we call this profession? How shall we define this profession that we have called public relations so that it will have relevance today and in the future? Distinguished colleagues, if you want to have relevance in your place of work, whether it's a business organization, whether it is government, never forget the Mexican statement. It says public relations is the art and social science of analyzing trends, predicting their consequences. Take note of that. Counseling organizational leaders and implementing planned programs of actions that benefit the organization and the public interests. So look at it. It's an art. So, you're creating. So, in fact, earlier today, I also said to someone, the moderator of this panel, I said, I'm also learning a bit about psychiatry. I'm a consumer neuroscience. I'm a consumer neuroscientist. So I also delve into consumer neuroscience. That enables me to understand how people take purchase decisions. Ask your neighbor, who are you? So, we also prepare planned programs of action, which makes you, and that's why in the United Kingdom, they now created a name for us. They started calling us planners because we plan. We make plans. We are never spontaneous in anything we do. And you also then become, because whatever you do must serve your organization's interest and the public interest. You also become the custodian of ethics. You become the voice of reason in the room. So now that we have reminded ourselves of who we are as public relations people, the organizers also want us to talk about strategy. So what is strategy? Every day, every now and then, I interview people who have prepared their CVs, padded their CVs very well. They'll say, we've done strategy for MTN, we've done strategy for this, we've done strategy for everybody. In fact, we've done strategy for Satan. And then we ask them, what is strategy? Then trouble begins. But this is how I just love to put it. It's the principle or the vehicle that will move you from point A to point B. It's not the same as tactics. It is preceded by your objectives, meaning that you first set your objectives. What do we want to achieve? So that your point A today might be that your organization is losing market share. But you want to move to point B, which is the place of profitability. How do we get there? That's your role in the room. That's our role as public relations people. And then so we move from there. We must also understand the etymology of even the word itself. It began from the military tradition. It's from the Greek word strategos. Strategos, which means the heart of generals. The heart of generals. So, that's who we should be in the room. to our management. And for those of us who work in government, that is who we should be at our state executive councils. I often say this: it's impossible for me to work for a governor and the governor will not see me. It's impossible for me to work with my CEO. If I were to be a public relations person in an FMCG company, it is impossible. You know why? Because of what we're sharing this afternoon. So, it has military origin. It's also called the art of arrangement of troops. Strategos, the art of arrangement of troops. So, following the invasion of Kuwait by the Iraqis, you know this very prominent man, General Colin Powell, stated the war strategy the United States and its allies adopted. Objective, stated it like this: objective, get the Iraqis out of Kuwait. Strategy, cut them off and kill them. Tactics, pincer movements of ground troops to cut them off. Carpet bombing, diversionary tactics, cutting bridges, and so on. It is the same in the world of business. The war can take the shape of a battle for market share, can take the shape of a price war, can even take the shape of a battle for trust, or what is called social capital. But these are the things we must do. This is how we must think about ourselves. That we are the ones responsible for the arrangement of the troops. Whether it's a telecoms company, whether it's an FMCG brand that comes under attack, whether it's a government institution that comes under attack, public relations professionals, that's our job. I'm sick and tired, like the General Hospital, hearing public relations people saying they don't reckon with me. I don't have a seat at the table. My friend, carry your chair and go to the table. Tell them to shift, because you've got something to contribute. You've got something to say. When the storms come, remember, you are a general made for war. You are a general made for war. You are to arrange the troops. You are to prepare your CEO. You are to prepare your governors. You are to prepare your commissioners. You are to prepare your ministers when crisis breaks. Don't even wait until the crisis breaks. If you are an FMCG brand, there is something that is called a dashboard of issues. It enables you to understand the type of crisis that your brand is susceptible to in the market. Research those things, workshop those things, and prepare your people that a day is going to come. Don't say God forbid. A day is going to come that we are going to face this challenge. We're going to face this challenge about allegation of fraud. We're going to face this challenge about product counterfeiting. How do we respond? Have a crisis team within your organization. Train the crisis team. Agree on what is called the crisis protocol. Who speaks to the media when crisis breaks? Whether it's the quiet one that you just need to take out very quietly, or it's the one that blows into the open. Prepare yourself. There's something generals often insist on. It's called a situation room or a war room. As public relations people, be mindful of the fact that a crisis may break one day and all of you may not be able to go to the office. Your C-suites, your CEO, everybody, CFO may not be able to come to the office. Have you thought about the need for a war room where you can gather the troops and you still meet You still discuss business continuity. You still discuss what needs to happen. How do we respond to this crisis? And you still stand up and fight for the soul of your business. In that situation room, always check. Or in that war room, always check. There is always a map on the table or on the wall that the generals gather around. Have you mapped out your territory? If it's a price war, or if it's a case that your business is losing market share, and you have the entire territory, you have the entire market on the map that says this is the southeast. We are doing pretty well here. This is the south-south. This is where we are bleeding. So you hear the generals, they always say things like, this is the muster point for the enemies. This is the point where we are. This is where we need to go. I'm sure those of you who watch counterterrorism, movies, you will hear them use the word package. You hear them when they have, if it's a rescue mission and they have captured the person, they say, we have the package now. Where is your package? If a war breaks out on your brand today, where's your package? How do you rescue your package? Where are you going? Just like in real war, so it is in competition. The enemies have their stronghold. You must understand. Where is the stronghold of our enemy in these markets? It might be a dairy brand. Where is the stronghold? Why are they strong in that place? Why is it that people prefer their brand of milk to ours? You are the one management should be looking up to. I always tell my team, some of them are in the hall, I say, if we take on an aviation business today, I will read everything. What is shaping our aviation? What is shaping trends? What are the trends shaping traveling? I would never sit at a management meeting in an aviation company or with an aviation client and I know nothing about the business. We must enmesh ourselves in the business of our clients. We must know it like the palm of our hands and be able to help. This is how to win. This is how to win in the competitive marketplace. Whether the war is silent or the war is an open one, you will be able to win if you prepare yourself. Be the prophet in the room. Be the strategist in the room. Be the custodian of all the relevant information about your business in the room. Read as if your very life depends on it. I was telling someone here today, I said in the last 2 days, the earliest I've gone to bed, including today, was 4 a.m. Because I'm reading, because I'm preparing. Lastly, you may have an opportunity to choose the timing of your battle. Never miss it. There is a reason banking licenses are never revoked on Monday. Do you know that? It's always on Friday. Some of you have unpleasant business news that mandatorily you should put in the news because you are a trained general. You probably know when Arsenal is playing during the week. And you know some businesses missed the opportunity yesterday when the president did the broadcast. They have some bad news. They should have slipped into the news, but they missed that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. What a great way to start this conversation. Sir, you can take your seats. I know we're all eager to find out the PR strategies we can implement to win quiet wars in business and government. This industry panel is proudly sponsored by Lafarge, and I'm going to now introduce and invite our esteemed panelists. So we have with us the Corporate Communications and Public Affairs Lead at Nestle Nigeria, Victoria Uwadoka. She's a highly accomplished professional in public relations, public affairs, and sustainability with extensive experience in diverse industries such as logistics, entertainment, beauty, healthcare, Nollywood, ICT, and food and beverages. A strong advocate for Africa's potential, Victoria actively promotes positive action to accelerate equitable development on the continent. She firmly believes that African communications have a responsibility to authentically represent and reflect the realities, challenges, and opportunities of the continent. Once again, please give her a warm round of applause. Next to join her on stage is the Head of Communications, Brand and Events at Lafarge Africa PLC. A warm round of applause for Ginikanwa Frank Durogbo. She is an expert in corporate communications, including strategic, internal, and digital communications, brand management, content development, media management, and public relations. She also has extensive experience in change communications, having worked on projects involving cross-functional and global teams. With 19 years of experience in the industry, Ginikanwa has consistently delivered impactful results through her communication strategies, earning her several awards in Nigeria and Africa. Once again, another warm round of applause. Next, we have our panel moderator, who's the Account Director, PR and Strategic Communications at APO Group. Rosemary Otalo, over the years, has successfully run campaigns across different markets in Africa, including Ghana, Liberia, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Cameroon, and Cote d'Ivoire for some of the most reputable local and international brands. Rosemary is a strong believer in building and impacting the African continent and women with knowledgeable resources. A warm, resounding round of applause for our panel moderator. We also hope to be joined at some point by our final panelist from Kenya, and hopefully when she's on, we'll let the moderator know. Okay, we now have our final panelist. Thank you very much, and I'll just introduce her now. She's joining us from Kenya, a communications director at East and West Africa at Mastercard. I beg your pardon. We have with us Kanyi Mwangi, Communications Director, East and West Africa at MasterCard. With over 14 years of experience in communications and marketing, Kanyi has led communications at top organizations, including DHL Express Sub-Saharan Africa and Airtel, where she successfully led commercial and communication initiatives working with cross-functional teams. With a resounding round of applause, let's make her feel welcome all the way in Kenya, Kanyi Mwangi, who's joining this panel. So I'll hand over to our moderator
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So honored to be here, standing or sitting in the presence of greatness, especially on this panel session. My Oga, if I have 3 of my Ogas here, actually, it's a privilege. Before we start, please, I just want us to give a round of applause to that small girl doing big things here, Tolu Olorundu. Please, a round of applause to Tolu. We are so proud of you and what you have achieved, and we just pray that God continues to bless you. She's not here, but when she comes, we'll do it again. Don't worry. Straight to the panel session. Ladies first. So I'm just going to give you a minute each to talk about your roles and what you do specifically in your roles, as well as the importance of communication function, both in business and in government parastatals. So please just go ahead. Victoria, will start with you, and then we do Ginika, and then we do Kanye online.
Thank you very much, Rosemary. And I would like to say thank you to Tolu for the opportunity to do this. Really small girl doing big things, or big woman doing big things. Really, really awesome to see the community of practice here today, and it's really great. So my role at Nestle Nigeria includes 3 things. One is corporate communications. The second is public affairs. And then the third is sustainability. Now, in corporate communications, as Okbayemi has told us, the custodian of the parent brand, as we call it, the mother brand, the Nestle brand in Nigeria. And my job is very simple: to sustain the brand's reputation and to protect the brand's reputation. So it includes everything from proactive communication, proactively owning the narrative and our storytelling, to protecting the brand when there is a crisis. Of course, it involves preparing right ahead for the crisis to ensure that it doesn't happen. The second is public affairs, and that has to do with advocacy around key issues that concern us as a food and beverage company. And our priorities are clear. The first is nutrition. The second is building thriving communities, and the last is protecting the climate, the planet. And that's where my role in sustainability comes in. My role is to keep the company honest, to ensure that we're walking the talk, and of course, when we've achieved our objectives or we've made progress towards it, to amplify the socio-economic impact of that. That's what I do. And this is all important because at Nestle, our purpose is to unlock the power of food to enhance quality of life for everyone, all of us sitting here today, and of course for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by saying thank you to the Nigerian Women in Public Relations for having me here. Tolu, thank you so much for providing this opportunity for women in the field. My name is Ginika. I'm the head of communications, brand and events at Lafarge Africa PLC. Lafarge is a member of the Holcim Group, the world's leader in innovative and sustainable building solutions. So my job really is about shaping and maintaining the image of my organization. That's really, in simple terms, what I do. And that involves quite a number of things. First is strategic communications, making sure that the communication strategies that we deploy are in alignment with the company's objectives. We have brand management, making sure that in terms of our positioning, our identity management, and our brand messaging is top-notch. Strategic internal communications, crisis communications as well, thought leadership, digital communications where you talk about web and social media management and so on, and even content creation as well. So it's quite a lot of things to do. And I think that is very important to have the communications function. And when Mr. Israel was speaking, he talked about making sure that you are in the room, whether you're working for an organization or for an institution. So you have to make sure that you're right there when strategies are being put in place so that you can add value to the business and everything ties nicely together. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know if Kanye can hear us. Can you have 1 minute to tell us about your role? Yes, please go ahead. Is she able to hear us? I don't want to ask Mr. Israel Okwayemi. We already know. So we're going to start with you, sir, on the real meat of the issue. Is Kanye joining us, please? Tech team. Ages, like I said, you're our ego. I had to bend down when I was greeting you this morning, and rightly so. What would you say has been this transformation, the shift that has happened? What would you say has costed over time, the transformative PR strategies that organizations need to win in developing markets? What would you say have been those, shifts, those defining moments? And speaking from your own experience, what would you say the transformation has been over the years?
Okay, I think the first really relates to what I said earlier on. First and foremost, when you understand the history of public relations itself, that the first generation of public relations firms were more or less press agentries, as it were, who were basically just helping to, organizations who wanted to speak to the media to be able to do so. But when you listen to the role that Victoria and Ginika play now in their respective organizations, you will see that there has been a shift. Have public relations people being responsible for sustainability, responsible, custodians of strategy in the organization, and becoming very important voices, in the room. And then let me also say, I think the most recent has been the thinning of the line between all of the specialties of integrated communication, themselves. Now, when you go to now, festivals, maybe like the Cannes Festival and, or the Global PR Summit, you will see some of the relations with words. They are not anyway different from some of the advertising campaigns we see here on TV, in Nigeria. So we are now living in the age of convergence. Everything, all of the specialties of public relations, of marketing communications are now converging. So you are now expected to be a multidisciplinary, specialist in the real sense of it. I can imagine, Ginika now saying, "Oh, I don't know about experiential," "Oh, I don't know about advertising." This is now the reality of the age in which we live. We now live in the age of convergence, where you are now expected to know a little about, and when I say a little quote and unquote, about all of the specialties of integrated, communication. Digital communication has now come in, and now we are also expected, to have, a significant, measure of expertise in digital communication also. You are expected to know about advertising. You are expected to know about, experiential, everything, and of course your core, which is public relations. So this is what has changed.
Thank you so much. We're supposed to wear a lot more hats now than ever before. And you stated that earlier, where you said, you're now a okay, we're having a conversation behind, you have to be a psychologist, a psychiatrist, you have to be a mentor, you have to be a lot to, different stakeholders, but more importantly, to understand every bit as it relates to the communication practice. So gone are those days where you say, okay, I'm just in PR, you must know about advertising, experiential, like you mentioned, and even sustainability. Because now people are talking about, the planet, people, profit. So it's not a one nobody is now looking at it as one face of PR. It's the whole bunch. And so we need, as PR practitioners, to educate ourselves to know, what is happening, and like he said, a bit about everything, so that we can advise and inform our clients, the way that we should. Victoria, I'm coming to you. Yes, developing markets often have these trust gaps between corporations and consumers. There have been issues, talks about quality, for instance, and they say, the quality that they sell abroad is really different from the ones they sell in developing markets. And this has really widened the trust gap. As a PR practitioner, professional, what do you think the strategies would be? What would you recommend in building this trust, that so exists right now in the market sphere?
Thank you. That's a very important question, and I think it's the reality that we've lived with. The first place to start is by being authentic. Trust is about authenticity. You say what you mean, you do what you say, and you do it consistently. So that today I meet you, we're telling the same story. I buy your product today, it's the same quality. I enjoy your services today, and tomorrow it's the same quality, the same attention, the same ethical standards. Authenticity is very important. That's the number one thing I'll say. And to be authentic and do the right things and do it consistently. Now, the second thing is building your business around principles, not just around the products or the services, around principles, right? And, as public relations people, I think that the amazing thing about us, and I was like, yes, when you said that word. You're basically prophetic. You're looking into the future. You're looking at trends. You're looking at what matters. You're psychoanalyzing all the time. You have a very high level of emotional intelligence. You can see the times. You can see the seasons. You can think 360 degrees. It's not just about doing something. You're thinking about the consequences today and tomorrow. What's the long-term impact of that? And that is who you are. And so for a company to build trust, it needs that expertise in-house or through a consultant to see, if I take this action today, how is it going to impact my shareholders, my staff, my consumers, my suppliers? How is it going to affect everybody along my value chain? It is that type of thinking that is important. And now, as you do the right thing and do it consistently and do it ethically, people will get to know that, hey, this is what you stand for. Now, what that gives you is that even when you have a crisis, sometimes you don't have to speak for yourself. The people who have been with you through the years will speak for you. They say, oh no, I know this product. I know this person. Something else must have gone wrong. Trust is not something that happens overnight. Trust is not something you can command. Trust is not something that you can market. Trust is not something that you can buy. That is why it's building. And it is about being authentic, being consistent, being ethical, and building your business around principles. I think those are the three things I would say. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Trust must be enshrined in your core values as an organization. You said something, you cannot market it. In my mind, I was like, are you sure? People market trust these days. But that's the truth, because you have to be consistent about it. And if you're marketing it, then it's no longer, consistent. If you do it and it's not true to you, like Yoruba would say, efiniwa, character is like smoke. There's no how you package it. At some point, it is bound to come out. So yes, that's my takeout from that. So Gibika, coming to you. The manufacturing sector contributes about 11% to the Nigerian, GDP. Now, working with an organization that is a major player in the sector, how would you explain transformative PR and why it is crucial for winning in developing markets?
Thanks for that question. So I work for a building solutions company, and our vision is to be known as an organization that is focused on innovative and sustainable building solutions through operational excellence. So that's what we do. And when I think of transformative PR, I'm thinking about long-term public relations. So it's not just about the traditional way of doing things today. It's about thinking about the future. How do the decisions that you make today, how would it affect the company in future? Whether it's a personal brand or an organization or an institution, you're thinking long-term. And for you to be able to do that, there are certain things that you have to have in mind. Initially, I talked about having a strategic communications mindset. You cannot think long-term if you don't have a strategic mindset, because you're just chasing things as they come, you're reactive. But if you're proactive, you're sitting down to say, what must I do today to positively shape the perception of my organization? How do I relate with my stakeholders? Who are my host communities? How do I ensure their well-being? Because I know that if I don't do that, I'm not able to sustain my license to operate. So there are certain things that you need to have in place. So that strategic communications mindset, being able to collaborate with partners as well for the long run. You have to have that in mind, identifying who your key stakeholders are and knowing when and how to engage them, very important. Even in terms of adaptability, you have a plan, and along the way you notice that this plan is not working. What you should do is to iterate. Yes, that's what you should do. You don't stick there and keep going. And what enables that is constant evaluation, constant measurement, constant checking what your stakeholders think and feel about your brand. And even in terms of the situation around you, putting all of that into consideration. And of course, corporate social responsibility or even sustainability, making sure that the decisions that you're taking today, while it affects you positively, you're also making room for the next generation to be able to, do that. So it's very important that as PR professionals, you're not just thinking about today. You have a strategic mindset. You're thinking transformative PR. Transformation means that you want things to be better. You want to make more impact. You want to be there for the long run. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I don't know if we can have Kai now. Is she able to come online? No, okay. So let's just, go on while we wait for Kai to come. Mr. Kwaimi, the impact of PR can sometimes be very difficult to measure. As PR agencies, we usually have this, issue, this challenge. How do you measure PR? I want to know how. It's easy for you to measure marketing, but PR, there's always this challenge of actually measuring the impact, the success of PR. In your experience, what do you think is the best way to do this, especially when you want to win in developing markets?
Well, I think again, that's also part of what has also changed in public relations today. The old metric for measuring the impact of public relations, has also changed. Now, more than ever before, from the CFO to the entire business, want to see what is public relations also bringing, to the bottom line. I know it's very difficult to quantify trust in monetary terms, but ask organizations that have lost trust. Ask them what has happened, especially if they are listed companies of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Ask them. What I often say is that what they lost is the cost of what PR, ordinarily brings to the table. Because, and it's not just for listed companies alone. Even for companies that are not, for limited liability companies that are doing quite well, once you lose that social capital, that trust, if anything happens, measure it in terms of what public relations could have done for you. That's number one. Number two, the way also to look at it again is also how public relations people should begin to redefine their own contribution to business. One of the things we often do for clients that we work with, we challenge them. We say to them, what? We want to speak with the business. We want to speak with the salespeople. We want to know what you are doing. Because there is a way So for example, this is why neuroscience then becomes something very valuable for organizations, today. As part of the things public relations people should bring as a value to the table. Now, until you know why people are not buying your product, and the public relations person comes in to tell you that the reason they are not buying your product is not because your product is bad, but because you do not even understand the way these people think. This is how we often put it. If you understand the way I think, you can get into my heart. If you can get into my heart, you can get into my wallet. That is the real value that public relations now brings to the table today. We increasingly, and this is not just peculiar to, this is a global shift now. The public relations is now becoming a part of that entire process that contributes to business growth. And for as long as we're able to do this, the metrics are changing. Now people are now beginning to see that, organizations are now beginning to see that we are also part of that, entire process that brings, business value, business results, to the table. And that's what, we should all rise up to and be able to do for the respective organizations that we work for, whether we are in-house consultants or we are external consultants, because this is what determines our value. If a client has hired us and the client is doing very well, I want them to do better. I will go and read their numbers so that at the end of 6 months of our engagement, I'll be able to tell them and say, this is what we have done for you. You were having this reluctance, by this category of buyers. But because of the kind of stories that we have been able to tell about your brand, can you notice a change? And we are noticing the change because there are ways for us to also, there are tools for us to also show, when there are shifts in perception. You can see the nature of the conversation. You can bring it to management and say, these were the things that people were saying about your brand, before 6 months ago. In 6 months of our engagement, there has been this shift. And this is what we're also seeing in terms of, this is what the salespeople are telling us, in terms of the impact they are seeing. The salespeople may not even know that it is public relations that is creating the effect. But we have a responsibility.
Search, good PR. And in the heart of this is market intelligence, right? What role does local market intelligence play in shaping PR strategies? And how can organizations effectively integrate cultural insights, people's local perceptions, nuances and all that into their communications, especially in the FMCG world?
Thank you. That's a very good question. The first thing is that there is no strategy without information. What's your agenda for that strategy? That comes from the information that you have. And, cultural intelligence, what did you call yourself? Cultural anthropologist, voila. So you need to understand the culture because context is king. Context is king. If you don't have a context, there is no basis for your strategy. It's just something that you did this and, just put it together. Maybe ChatGPT put it together without any context. Context is king. So local cultural intelligence is very, very important. You must understand the local market. Okpayemi has said, you have to understand how the people, all right? That you have a new alcoholic beverage brand, and the first thing you want to do is launch it in Zamfara in the middle of Ramadan. Context is king. Local cultural nuances are very important. And then, many times we think about culture. These are people from the South. These are people from the Southeast. These are people from the Southwest. These are people from the North. And it's one cap fits all. But remember that nations are not just about geographical boundaries. Culture and nations speak to different age groups. The baby boomers, the Gen X, the Gen Z, and now Alpha. Those are nations. Those are cultures. They are online nations. They are Twitter nations. They are Instagram nations. They are Facebook nations. You must understand the context. Who is your target market? Who do you want to speak to? Even when you're planning an advocacy campaign around a particular thing, let's talk about my sector. You're talking about nutrition. What matters to me may not matter to my mother. What matters to my mother may not matter to my daughter. I'm talking about keeping my weight, keeping the stomach flat, and she's not interested. My mom is interested that would make sure that her knees don't ache or something. So context is king. You must have the cultural intelligence. You want to win in a market like Nigeria, you must understand that we are 6 nations. You don't say, oh, this is Nigeria. I watched an advert. I think it's something to do with Volkswagen. It was created in the 70s. And, the song, unfortunately, I can't remember what it sounds like. But recently, a friend of mine played it for me. I said, I remember. This used to play on the radio when I was a child. And I didn't know it was an advert. I thought it was a song from Congo. But somebody created this advert for Volkswagen and says, this is Africa. And they just played it on the radio all across Africa. And we were clueless. We had no idea it was an advert. We had no idea they were talking about Volkswagen. We had no idea what they were talking about. So you must understand that it used to be mass media, mass communication. Now it's no more mass communication. It is individual. It is personal. You must understand that. And you must understand how every consumer, every potential consumer, every potential customer thinks. You must understand their needs. You must understand their pain points, and that's why it takes time. And that's why your role as a PR person is super important. We're not the people that when they've organized an event, they say, Israel, come, we need media people to attend this event. That's not our job. We are advisors. We are co-pilots. And so when there is a plan, when there's a new research, when a product is going to be created, we're at that table, we're thinking, who are you talking to? What will it take? Where are you going to get the raw material from? How will the production of this raw material impact the community, impact the people? How are you going to transport it? How will that movement of the goods impact the environment? This is who we are. And so local context, super important. Research, super important, because context will remain king. Thank you.
Context is king. We have shifted. The shift has started happening, or it has happened already. From mass come to what? Thank you. We have very good listeners here. Thank you so much. Ginika, very quickly, because of time. You mentioned CSR earlier, right? And I know that CSR has been overflogged, actually, especially by big brands. Everybody wants to do CSR. In fact, there was something online I read recently. One foreign brand, they used $5 million to do a campaign for a $100,000 project. I was like, people were talking about like how, so people are beginning to use CSR. Anyway, I digress. Back to the question. So how is sustainability and corporate social responsibility a strategy, an effective strategy Is it effective for organizations at this point in emerging markets? I think that's my question.
Super important. You know, it should be the core of your strategy, actually, sustainability. And I'm going to start from there. So for instance, my organization, sustainability is at the core of everything that we do. In terms of how we produce our products and solutions, we think sustainability before we take any step. So you see that sustainability has 3 key pillars. You have the economic, you have the social, you have the environmental. And it's under the social that CSR sits, right? So as an organization, you need to be very mindful that that is super important. We have our sustainability strategy in 4 key pillars. We have climate and energy, circular economy, nature, and people. And so our people, our host communities, our neighbors, our employees, and all of that. So what we do as an organization is that we have identified our host communities. We run needs assessments to understand what they actually need, and we make sure that we contribute to their well-being. And I can give you a number of examples. So for instance, we just launched our Women on Wheels. We have our female drivers, you know, launching it now in the Southwest, but we had it in the Southeast where we train female drivers. We get them also from the community to be part of that process. We have scholarships. We also have health and safety interventions. We have infrastructure development. We have youth empowerment initiatives. All of those would be to ensure that we are showing our commitment to host communities. But if you talk about sustainability from a broader perspective, and I have mentioned climate and energy, circular economy, because we have a sustainability mindset, decarbonization, you know, making sure that we are moving from fossil fuels to alternative energy is a top priority. So for instance, recently we signed an agreement with the Lagos State government through the Ministry of Environment and LOMA to be able to co-process non-recyclables and combustible waste. So what we do is that we direct those wastes to our plants where we have our geocycle facility, and we co-process them and get fuel for our plants. So you see the mindset here. It's a thorough, well-developed strategy for the business. So corporate social responsibility, when your stakeholders see that you're making those moves and taking that very seriously, you're actually committed to it, you're walking the talk, they start to take you seriously, right? You're building trust, they believe in what you're doing. Another example I'd like to give is, we launched our eco-friendly cement, EcoPlanet, UNICEM, in the Southeast, and we're also planning to extend that around Nigeria. So corporate social responsibility is about caring about the well-being of the communities around you, making sure that the interventions that you're providing to them are actually the things that they need. You know, Victoria talked about context. You know, you cannot go to a community where education is needed and you're talking about other things because you have actually analyzed what the needs are. So organizations that want to build trust, organizations that want to be taken seriously, we cannot overemphasize the need and the importance of corporate social responsibility sitting well under sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. So the summary is that it's still a viable strategy for emerging markets, and brands should do it intentionally, you know, give them what they want, not what you think you need, or what you think they need, yeah. So you're intentional about it, and it's truly, truly something that the community needs, and not just for show. Because I think that's what a lot of brands, you know, and that's what the communities are beginning to lose trust. You know, in CSR, you just see, you know, one small event happening, and very small event, but then it's blown up, and be like, did I just see them sharing rice here? And then on the news, it's like, oh, they've empowered 500,000 women around there, like, but it was just rice. So there's the issue of trust. Really, and sorry, rice is empowerment. Oh, sorry, I was like, what's happening? It's empowerment, you know. Stomach infrastructure. Oh, sorry, but brands should, you know, be able to do what they think is not always what they think is right. What is right, you know. And as PR professionals, what should we do? Advise the brands, right? Because we need to keep bringing it back to what we should do. So we're not just talking about the problems here. We're also looking at, you know, the solutions, because we advise our clients. You know, we are the ones that monitor trends. Just like Mr. Kwame had mentioned, we should be able to boldly advise our clients to do what is right, not just for show, because doing that for show will not, it's not sustainable.
Exactly.
And it won't give the brand the longevity, and the perception of the brand wants. So I guess Kanyu is not joining us, so I just go straight to Mr. Kwame. So I've talked about, metrics, we've talked about, transformative strategies. So a final question here, maybe not final, because I think if we have time, we'll take one or two from the audience. How can PR professionals be more equipped to educate prospective clients and get more business? I'm even interested in this question, sir. So, yeah.
All right. So, first and foremost, I will give an illustration. Let me give an example of something that we do. And cost us a lot of money. Periodically, we release a Nigerian youth trends report for brands that are playing in the youth segments. What does that do for you? It enables you to understand how some of the young people who are sitting in the room today, how they are thinking. Now, it costs us money. But you know what? A number of organizations, a number of prospective clients have walked up to us just because of that initiative. It costs us money. But the truth is that we've made back the money, over the years. The amount of, we're releasing the next one next month. So first and foremost is, let's show forth ourselves. If we don't do this, nobody's going to come to us. Look, but by virtue of where I sit and what I do, I just randomly go on the website of some public relations companies, and sometimes I just shake my head. You understand? Because now, how do you tell Lafarge Africa that you are going to help them when you can't help yourself? There's a cross-cultural adage that says the man who tells you that he's going to clothe you, you have to look at what he's wearing. So you go to Lafarge Africa or Nestle and you tell them we are going to manage your digital PR, and they come on your social media handles, and the last time it was updated was before COVID. So, public relations itself needs public relations. Let's begin to do PR for ourselves. Thank you. Look, when I walk up to a prospective client, I am not looking like a problem myself. You understand? I'm not looking like a problem myself. I'm looking like somebody who is a customer. I've read everything about your markets. I know your positioning I know your market position in the market. If you are number 3, I know already. And I know why the person why the brand that is number 2 is number 2, why the one that is number 1 is number 1. I've done all of my market research. So when I'm talking to you, won't you listen? Since as far back as 2014, that let's rise up. Let's do what we are promising our clients for ourselves. It's only a Yahoo person who has not put money in an account that he wants to withdraw from. So let's put money, let's put things, let's put value in our own accounts. And that's what is going to make prospective clients trust us, that if I give these people, if I give this company, this piece of business, I'm going to have peace of mind. That's something I often say to our clients. I say, my job is to enable you sleep at night, knowing that some guys are observing the sleepless nights. My job is to ensure that you can go on vacation. Because some of these sisters that you are seeing, a number of times, they have shifted their vacation because of things that are happening. Yeah. But I always say to them that you will never have cause, if you are working with us, you will never have cause to shift your vacation, because we will protect you. we will watch your back. Because we are 10 times. We always ensure that we are 10 times ahead of you. Reports that are coming out, before you have read them, we have read them and we are forwarding them to you. And this way, that is the easiest way to win clients. Because clients are not stupid.
House team, we write very good press releases. I do not need a PR agency support. Rosemary, don't ask me why we didn't come to you. I don't want to hear that question. So we asked the different PR agencies to pitch for that activity. And what they gave us was a list, a shopping list. Basically like, oh, you know, you can do this, you can do this, you can do that. So I should choose? So why am I calling you? I could have that list myself and I'll choose myself. What do I need a PR agency for? I need a PR agency who sees the future. I need a PR agency who understands my business and what I need. I need a PR agency who looks beyond, because I am in my business. Maybe my eyes are in my business. I want that agency to tell me, this is what's happening around you, and this is how we can help build your business up. So I need somebody who thinks strategically. I need somebody who has an understanding of the culture. I need somebody who has an understanding of the trends. That's the PR agency I need. I don't need a tactical PR agency. I need a PR agency that's like an advisor, a strategic PR agent, a strategist, basically. An advisor, that's who I need. And that's why, if you ask me, in Nigeria, we don't have a PR agency because we're supported on the CY level by APO. APO doesn't give me a list. APO thinks through. And is the planner, he's the one looking ahead, telling me this is where you need to go, and this is how we can support you to get there. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
I don't know if it answers fully, but thank you, ma'am. You know, very quickly, Ginika. Okay. So I'll ask you the question, and then there'll just be one closing question for the entire panel session. Yes, so how do you tailor your communication strategy to resonate with your diverse, stakeholders? I mean, we know the importance of stakeholder groups and all that in public relations, but as a transformative strategy for winning in developing markets, how do you do this? Ranging from your stakeholders, ranging from government bodies to rural communities and even your employees, what's the strategy?
Okay, so during the COVID era, right, we wanted to, as part of our CSR, in terms of helping our communities, sharing with them some health and safety tips, for instance. We have our plants in the northeast, we have in the southwest, we have in the southeast. But we had just one information we wanted to share. So what we had to do was to translate the flyers for the places where we have, so for instance, in the north you have Hausa, you have Fulfulde. Back in the southeast, we had to put in a Bibio and Efik and all of that. So you think about, what if I just use broken English to be able to communicate to them, and then broken English to be able to communicate to them, and then in the southwest you're using Yoruba. So the most important thing is in the southwest you're using Yoruba. So the most important thing is to understand who your stakeholders are, how they want to get information from you, and then the key messages that you have to share with them, you now tailor it to ensure that they listen to it and they understand it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for our panelists and our moderator. I'll invite the convener to join them on stage for a picture. Thank you very much. I know there was so much to talk about, but sadly we ran out of time, and our next set of speakers are here, and we don't want to keep them waiting. We still have the Leaders Lounge. We have an exercise session just to get us moving. We have the Authors Corner and the Mentorship Chat. It's important that we continue to stand on business and keep to time. We have a monitor here to the right, so for those coming on stage, please of time.
The premium technical cement, which combines water-repellent qualities with strength, durability, and performance at all ages. WaterShield cement conforms to industry standards, applicable for both internal and external use. Lafarge WaterShield cement is the best solution for frequently flooded and waterlogged areas, specifically suited for building foundation, concrete water tanks, swimming pools, canals, bathroom and toilets for extended durability. WaterShield cement is specifically formulated with reduced salt efflorescent, thereby restricting water transportation through its concrete pores. It is also a corrosion-resistant solution, preventing salts and acid ions transported through water to steel reinforcements. Lafarge WaterShield cement requires no additional solution for mortar, screed, concrete or plaster mix. Simply mix sand and other required dry materials with the cement thoroughly and then add the required amount of water, mixing them all thoroughly before application. It is the high-strength waterproof cement applicable for all internal and external use cases, including new constructions.
Sponsors, Lafarge. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Thanks for sponsoring that all-important industry panel. Something that came out from that panel was PR needs PR. And I believe being at this conference, you get to see what that means, because the level of work that has gone in to create awareness, and that's why we have delegates here in Lagos, but delegates from across the world, because we did the PR for Experiencing PR Annual Conference. So there are some companies out there that probably don't have a sizable marketing and communications, corporate communications team, and would still need perhaps a PR agency to help them do things like placing things in the media, engaging with media buying agencies, organizing events, and we believe that PR, if you do it well, you will then get the kind of clients you desire. So just don't be that firm that has last updated their social media platforms before COVID era. You have increased visibility as thought leaders in their industries. Delegates, let's make them feel welcome once again with a resounding round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I feel like an imposter because I'm not really a PR person. So to be sitting on the stage with PR people, I'm like, should I be here? Do you give me permission? Give me permission. I should carry on. Feel free. Amazing.
If it helps, you're not alone.
We are not alone.
I'm not a PR person, even though I honestly see the connection. I'm in HR essentially, but even while the panel was on, the last session was on, and there were conversations around the benefit of doing PR and how it's been cut off from the budget and all of that. One of the many things I told Tolu, I'll probably be begging everybody in the hall today is, please, can you help us get more of your senior executives to speak in the public? It's such a free way to get positive PR for your organizations. Some organizations are just too quiet. And what then happens is, on the cost side, we struggle to get people for you. Because most talents don't know your organization. I want to recruit a finance person for you. They've never seen an article written by your CFO in the public. They've never seen anything aside from the major events out there for your company. So it's a challenge, and that's one way through which I think you can calculate the benefit of what you do in PR and comms.
Amazing, amazing. So we're here to talk about LinkedIn. LinkedIn is one of my favorite places to be, digitally.
Obviously.
And I want to know, what was your first aha moment with LinkedIn? What experience did you have with LinkedIn that made you think, oh my, this place is a place to be?
I was going to ask you that though, but
I got there first.
I think for me it would be two distinct events. One was about 4 years ago. I'd come into a new year, and honestly, maybe I was getting tired of the traditional way of getting talents. On the average, if I speak in a session like this, when I'm leaving, 1, 2, 3 people will say, this is my CV, I'm looking for a job, help me. And I started carrying some guilt because that CV will probably not make it beyond my vehicle, right? And sometimes I will even wait behind and try and engage, but nothing will strike me enough to walk away from that session and be thinking, oh, I'm going to help this person. But guess what? While I'm at the event, I've seen times when some have been smart enough to say, X number of people are coming to speak at this event. They've reached out on LinkedIn, connected with me. They've sent me questions they want me to address during my session. And as I'm finishing and going back to seats, they are sending me a thank you. Oh, that was great. And then the conversation starts. I've seen people who would rather just walk away and not talk to me at the event, but start a conversation on LinkedIn or Instagram and things like that. So I came into this year, about 4 years ago, I did something that I'm not sure I'm going to do again. I went on LinkedIn and I said, hey, it's a new year. We're all in January. I have a lot of roles to fill this year. If you are out there and you need help to just get in the room to be interviewed, hit me up. I want to get as many people that I can to get jobs. Under an hour, a few of my HR friends are like, Benga, what are you doing? Right? Because my LinkedIn just blew up. By the second day, the MD of LinkedIn actually sent me, he jumped on the trail and he sent me a DM.
Wow.
To say this is exactly why we started LinkedIn. Some HR guy, the HR director for Aramco in Saudi Arabia, he came on, he said, I'm a Nigerian, I've been in HR for a while, I don't know why you're doing what you're doing, but if you know anyone needing a job in Saudi Arabia, hit me up. Amazing. So that was, for me, one big moment. And on the other side, I've gotten quite a lot of business on LinkedIn. So
amazing. Saudi Arabia. I think, yes, round of applause for that. For me, I think mine was a bit of a different story. So my background is in climate change and environmental management, and then I transitioned into coaching. And I was experiencing a lot of shame because at the time, coaching was not a big thing. It was not something, so people, and I have a PhD in real estate, so my colleagues from the past, they were like, what is she doing? But I thought to myself, look, I need to get out there, I need to get clients. So I started writing about what I was doing. And one of my former colleagues sent me a message about a gender mainstreaming, because of the work I was doing with women, gender mainstreaming opportunity outside of Nigeria. And I just thought, I don't understand. That day I was working from home, I was still in my pajamas, and I was like, I've gotten this amazing opportunity. And then I started really looking at LinkedIn, and since then, my followership has gone up. I became a LinkedIn top voice for women. And then, obviously, I get a lot of global clients from LinkedIn. And so I started saying to myself, why is everybody struggling on Instagram? Why is everybody struggling to be the next influencer, to do get ready with me post, when you can be on LinkedIn talking about the job you love?
Can I confess?
Yes, tell me.
Most people don't like and don't understand LinkedIn.
Okay, let's break it down for them.
Please, you are the expert. Please go ahead.
No, we are the experts. So what for you, when you started, what was your biggest challenge with LinkedIn?
Okay, this is direct to this PR community, and for as many who do digital. My experience, even when we are interviewing maybe younger to mid-level people, and you just ask them to talk you through how they will engage or do anything on digital, watch it. They will not touch LinkedIn, or it will be the last thing they will talk about. That's one. Two, from my experience, I've also seen quite a number of people on the digital end struggle. They do well if it's a retail client, they do well if it's a product or a service. But to sell corporate bodies or corporate enterprises, which you should be doing more on LinkedIn, most people just struggle. The third is that it's quite expensive, especially when you do promotions and things like that. And I think to the larger public, if you just say LinkedIn, the next thing you hear is, I know they look for a job now, why am I, right? That's not what it is for. It's such an amazing community for professionals. So for me, well, I've stopped writing. I've stopped really being very active on LinkedIn. But I enjoy the conversations I have in my inbox. I can just have conversations go on for years, right? So for me, a long time ago, I saw LinkedIn as just that place where I can tell my professional story, one. Two, I can lead a campaign around what I consider critical to my profession, right? I have always been about the future of work. I can talk about it for every day for a month. But LinkedIn provided that opportunity, particularly the LinkedIn groups, where there are questions from your specific community, and you can be in a group of 100 people, and 90 of them are from different places in the world, right? So I enjoy those groups. I enjoy being able to tell stories. I enjoy being able to provide tips and insights that are very applicable and people can go work with. And that was what I got on LinkedIn many years ago. And on the other side is just an amazing opportunity to keep a rich pool of talents. I don't know what profession you are in Nigeria. If you are in the top 50, I know you.
Amazing.
Because I'm doing some FBI work on you, on your LinkedIn profile. I know you. I've seen you before. I've seen your comments. I've seen you speak at an event. I've seen you make a comment on someone else's post. And I just keep an eye on you somehow. So the next day I'm looking for, like right now I'm looking for a very serious marketing manager. I have an idea of who I want, and I know where to get them. And it's on LinkedIn, not Instagram.
And so for you, you spotted those people because they are active on LinkedIn. What are the things that they are doing that is making you take notice of them?
So this is where it gets really serious. I know the world out there now, the conversation around visibility suggests that you are active. And active to a number of people is write, post, comment, argue, have a page, have a community. And I can tell the number of people here are not doing that because they really just can't. In the midst of several other things they are doing, they can't, and they don't want someone else writing for them, right? So it's not so much in the things you have to do. So for instance, since I stopped writing on LinkedIn actively or stopped engaging publicly on LinkedIn, I have done this more, where I will look for a Tolu that is doing an event, that I know I can reach more people, and I will say yes. Tolu would never get a no from me if he invites me to speak or be on a panel. Because by being on this platform that is respected by a whole community of professionals, I'm reaching everybody. Without it, and it's not my event, and I'm not paying for it, I'm not doing anything. And I think that's one way to which a lot of, especially executives, can leverage the power. So activity on LinkedIn is not necessarily that you are the one curating events and you're writing. Have you noticed that some people have stopped writing newsletters on LinkedIn? Because it's tiring, right? So that's how I watch for those talents. What about you?
So for me, I advise my clients to do three things. I think that LinkedIn works on a trifecta model.
Okay.
The first model is clarity of your brand. A lot of people use LinkedIn as a digital CV holder. Your LinkedIn is not a digital CV holder. That's not where you go and say, I was responsible for. That's not the space. Keep it in your CV. Your LinkedIn is a place where you can get personable about your expertise and really demonstrate your unique value. So for example, one of my clients, she, really great at sales and marketing, but when we're working with her, we found out that the thing about her brand was go-to-market strategy. So that's what we created a story around her brand. So that's the first thing. What do you want to be known for, right? So when you are thinking about somebody to fill a specific role, how do you want your name to turn up in that room? That's how you create a LinkedIn profile. The second bit is networking, which you said you are doing a lot of. Who is the equivalent of you in Ghana? Who is the equivalent of you in Japan? Who is the equivalent of you in South Korea? Who is the equivalent of you in Canada? Do you know who they are? Connect with them. You don't have to be writing articles every day. Everyone's like, how many times should I write on LinkedIn? I have to post before 7 a.m. I have to do this. But there are simple things that you can do that really stand out. So networking globally. LinkedIn is, sometimes I meet people and I look at their contacts. And all their contacts, they don't even have contacts in Port Harcourt, only Lagos. And I'm thinking, what's the point, right? You're on a global platform. Utilize it. The third is content. So I'm a big content strategy person. And I say that because content really gets you seen and gets you noticed. I've had clients who, from their first content, they were appointed to boards. I've had clients who, when they did videos, they got speaking engagements. In fact, one of my clients, she wrote this content, she got this opportunity to train abroad, and she walked into the room as a trainer, and her former boss was in the room. she was training her former boss, you know? But this was a global training platform. So I think the important thing with content is not to put pressure on yourself. A lot of people, you're looking for likes, you're looking for vanity metrics. It doesn't matter. This, my particular client, she, on a good day, 20, 15 likes, she writes about security in the Gulf of Guinea. How many people know or care about that? It's a very specialized group of people. So I think it's about really understanding what you want to be known for. And then write, even if it's once a week, 3 times a week. So for example, right now, my company, we are creating a list of top 100 career women in Africa. We Google your name, nothing comes up. It's so shameful. I don't know how to say it again, right? And then, but maybe I will know the person personally, and they've done amazing things in their careers. So if you Google your name now, just check. Google your name after the conference. What comes up? Are you proud of it? It's most likely your LinkedIn, the link to your LinkedIn page that comes up. Are you proud of what you see? I think that's the first step.
Yeah. Great. What I personally work with is what I call content container campaign.
Okay.
Content, not necessarily what you post, and that's some sort of like an outward strategy. Content as far, if you're a PR person, be a PR person. I kind of use the depth and the breadth of knowledge. Know that thing. You're in HR, you're in finance, know it, right? Know everything there is to know about one thing, and know one thing about a lot of things, right? Be able to hold conversations and stuff like that, right? So that's content. For me, the container is now how you come across and how you look. And that's the whole, in today's digital world, you really can't excuse yourself away from it. So if you struggle with it, get a coach. She does amazing work in that regard. Get a coach. Get someone around you to just do you up, like they say, and look like what you know, right? Look like what you know. This is also where I advise a few people, have a budget for your wardrobe. As senior executives, sometimes we take our eyes off the fact that these things matter, right? And sometimes, again, we just get caught up in, this is who I am, these are the colors I like, this is what I like to wear. At a certain level, as you go through the career ladder, you need to look a certain way, right? And that's physical and then on digital. Be present on the right platforms, and when we get there, be updated on those platforms, right? So look like what you know. Be a part of communities like this. Be active in communities like this. Be known for what you know by people who need to know you know what you know, right? The third is campaign, where lend your voice to something, right? So, like this conversation I was having with Tolu, we're talking with a client, a major global brand in Nigeria, and it was, get us this person. And I was engaging with this particular HR director. We're just bouncing around different words and all of that. And at a point, he said, you know what? GT, you know this person, right? I said, yes. Said, get us another person like that. Right? And that was it for me. So somewhere in my head, I have an image and I know what that person is about. And that's what I've used personally, container campaign. I know what I know, not necessarily because I'm talking about it, but I know it for what I know, and I use it on my job. Container, I try every day to look like what I know, and I try to look like I know what I'm doing. And as much as I can, I am known for something in the space, and that has helped me.
Amazing. I really like the container bits, because many times we forget, right? Because we are focused on doing the work. And I always say to people, yes, you are the CEO of your career, but you're also the CMO of your career. You are the chief marketing officer of you. So you need to find the platforms that allow you to demonstrate what you know, which is what you are saying. But I'm intrigued, and I want to know, have you made any mistakes on LinkedIn?
Oh, yeah.
What are some of your biggest mistakes that you made on LinkedIn? I didn't hear.
I've made a few. General ones, I've made a post, and I probably rushed it. There were a few typos, and it took one or two friends around me to screen grab and send it back to me. and say, GT, right? And I deliberately said that for people who are just afraid to start. And I corrected myself, and I was okay, right? There was a time when I also was doing too much to have too much information on my LinkedIn profile there. And I came on it once, and I'm like, this is not me. Simple works for me. And I deliberately took out. I'm part of a few boards. I'm part of a few initiatives that are somewhat passion projects, things I do for myself. And if I put everything there, I will come across as overdoing it. And at some point, I was overdoing it. And I was unconscious. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. And I just went there one day, and I took out all those things, and I kept it simple. And over time, what I've done is I'm serious, static, and professional on LinkedIn. I play on Instagram. You know, I follow Chelsea on Instagram. I'm a big follower of UFC. Over this weekend, I made up my mind to add Formula One to my sports. And so even on Instagram, when I'm not posting actively, my story is very active. Because I'm just saying I've gotten to this stage in my career where the fact that I'm not talking a lot is actually loud. So when I then come out to say something, it makes sense, and it's somewhat different, and I'm not caught up in that trend setting. So those were my two mistakes. Yeah.
I think my biggest mistake was I underestimated that my audience was global. So when COVID had just started, it hadn't really hit Nigeria as much as it had hit other countries, especially like in Europe and in the States and all. And I was still talking, I think it was March or something, and I think there was something, I remember I spoke somewhere, or, you know, I did this really happy post. And this lady who had been following me for years sent me a message. And she said, Gloria, I think your post is a bit tone deaf. People are dying across the world, and I don't think that this kind of post resonates with your audience. Now you can think, what's her own? Me, I'm writing, but it made me really step back and understand that if you're on a global platform, you have to be aware. And you have to understand the context, like the other panel was speaking about, and you know, just be aware of what's going on in the world and how your followers globally could be feeling. And so that really made me more in tune with the news, made me understand when to post, how not to post, and also how to be a bit more empathetic in my posts. So I think for me, that was my biggest learning moment. And I think she was so upset she unfollowed me. Because till this day, that's 4 years later, I've not seen her. I mean, I've sent her messages, I apologized, but I think it just rubbed her off the wrong way. So when you're on a global platform like that, you do have to be careful. I think also I see a lot of people sometimes are creating posts that are a bit contentious, and I think sometimes they're doing that to get a following because, you know, maybe somebody has said this is the way to get seen, this is the way to go viral, but you don't understand that you're harming your brand, and these things, they stay on the internet forever. And all somebody has to do is take a screenshot. Yeah. And then one day you are sitting in a panel, you know, interview, and somebody asks you a question about something you wrote 2 years ago. So you also have to be very careful about those things.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm curious, we still have some time, but I was wondering if there might be live questions in the room.
Oh, yeah.
This is supposed to be some chit-chat between two of us. Okay, there's a question in the room.
Okay, I think the MC is coming.
Thank you. My name is Edward Israel Aide. I'm the founder of a PR agency called Carpe Diem. I have a comment and a question. I think it was Oga Israel that said it earlier on, and Victoria touched on it as well. And then,
I can't hear you well, please.
Sorry. I said Mr. Israel Obayemi spoke on it as well. Victoria spoke on it, and then you also have touched on it. So here's what I think about thought leadership on LinkedIn. Personally, I have an agenda against charlatans in the industry. And I believe that if we're not careful, if we do not, it's the way people are leaving Twitter for Elon Musk and his gang of people. You don't seed ground. If we do not stand up and show people that public relations is a strategic function, we will leave it to the people who believe that it is looking good and doing tactical work. I think it was Victoria who said it, like, if what you do for a client is tactics, if what you're doing is influencers and media relations and all of that, you're of no use to anybody. But what you're saying, and why I say that it's important for us to stand up, is that a lot of people are making it seem like public relations is a tactical function. And if the strategic thinkers do not stand up and continue to share their expertise, and by all means, and it's something I've been doing myself, not as if I have the time, but I told myself that I will continue to talk about it. Because people are going to believe that those guys, and there are about 90% of them in the industry, they are all show and no substance. So our industry is at risk. We need to stand up and begin to share our expertise, our case studies, our insights. And it's about understanding the cultural context of what you are doing. And I think you touched on it, which is that you can talk about PR from every point of view. It can be sports, it can be finance, it can be whatever. So, not to drag on. I think the question I want to ask, and I've made my comment, the question I want to ask is that, are we going to let these charlatans take over our industry?
Okay,
I
so
think that's my question. Are we going to let these charlatans take over our industry and create a perception? Because we're in the perception industry ourselves. Are we going to allow them to create a perception about our industry?
Okay. Do you want...
Okay, do we have any other questions? If
Yes,
we do, we can just
there are
take
two
one
hands.
more question because of time. So I saw that hand go up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry if I'm unable to stand. Standing on his question, and which is what I've been eager to also ask, is that as industry, as PR industry, we also need PR. And people who are custodian of this industry, I feel they are not doing enough. The industry is large, and person, you will understand immediately that I'm a tax person. But when it comes to PR, if I say I'm a PR, it's a kilo
Okay, sorry, I will have to interject. Thank you for the questions. It's important to know that this is not a PR conference. I know you were wondering
I'll speak to it, though.
why you were here in the midst of PR professionals. It's a business conference, and we're putting forward a case that doing PR can lead to economic development. It can lead to transformational leadership. So these are not PR practitioners, these are leaders, and we hope that the nuggets they've shared, the advice, sharing their challenges, their stories, we're able to use that in our journey. So I can see a lot of hands up, and it's important we keep to time.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel like GT and Dr. Gloria have been put on the spot, right? So just to reframe that this is a leaders' lounge. Obviously, we know that they are not PR people, right? I think that this conversation is an in-house conversation, and thankfully, we have the mentorship chat. If you wait for that session, I think that that's a direct question you can ask to our mentor. And you can ask this question. I think it's very important, and I completely agree with the lady who asked the question that if you mention that you're a PR person, people don't understand. By the way, it is because people don't understand when I say I'm a PR professional that we have the Experiencing PR conference. And that is why this is not a conference. Thank you. This is not a conference for just PR people. We actually all need to work together to bring non-PR people into this room. We've had conversations now where we explained what we do in PR. But a fair number of us here are already in the industry. The more non-PR people who attend conferences like this, the better for all of us, right? Because if you understand what I do, when I tell you that this is my service, you will likely be more willing to pay for it. Right? So I just wanted to reframe that and not put our speakers on the spot because they're here to talk about leads.
I actually wanted to speak to that, to both the
So we
questions.
can't take any more questions because of time, but we'll let you to react.
Sure. Okay. So I remember I started this session by talking about moving from real estate and planning to coaching. My father is a medical doctor. So when I told him I wanted to become a coach, he had no idea what I was talking about because he knows, obviously, I'm not a footballer. I've never done football in my life. So we're not talking about joining the Coaching Federation of Nigeria like that. So what did I do? I had to build a reputation for myself. And I think, yes, Tolu will speak to, and in the conference when you have your sessions, you will speak to what the industry can do. But what are you doing to build your name in your industry? And I think you, like I said, you are the chief marketing officer of your own career. So what are you doing to build a brand that when they call your name, because of you, they now appreciate PR people? That is also part of the responsibility. So that's the first thing I would say. The next thing I would say is about charlatans. If I'm honest, and a lot of people might disagree, I think that you silence charlatans by demonstrating superior expertise. When you are talking the talk, if both of us came here and we were talking out of points, half of you would have left the hall and all of that. But because we are experts, we are not charlatans, Tolu knew who to call. So the important thing is to demonstrate your expertise. And then you will watch the charlatans fall. That's my opinion.
Thank you for that. Additional thoughts. This problem you raised, just to help you, it's in every profession. HR guys in the last 3-5 years, even within the community, started some sort of attack on the regular speakers at every event. And it was simple. Are you the only ones to speak at events? It's a cult. They just call themselves to speak on different platforms. Oh, if you are speaking, you don't have jobs that you're doing. That's why you're available to speak everywhere. And on 1 or 2 occasions, I just said, okay, well, there will be those that will be speaking and it's almost a profession or training. And there will be those that will be behind the scene and doing the job. And one is not better than the other. But at some point, guys, and I'm saying this to every senior person in the field here, at some point it's beyond the money you're earning. It's beyond the grade that you are on. You are then now more concerned about impact and legacy. And one of the reasons why charlatans reign per industry is largely because the gym guys, the real people are too quiet. And yeah, please go ahead. They're too quiet. I think sometimes we forget being Nigerians. If you understand the depth of mentorship, how I think some of us need to go back, for instance, go to your secondary school, go to your university, and you will see how, I'm almost moved to tears actually. You then see how, if I tell every senior person here, for this week, just do me a favor. Go on LinkedIn or go on Instagram or anywhere you want to go to and make a personal post to say, I am going to make myself available in my DM to answer any question that any younger person in this field sends. You will be shocked. So there will be people that will come and ask you for money. There will be people that will just send their CVs. But I'm saying you are soon going to have a problem hiring talents for your market if every serious senior person in this field does not make themselves available. So there is that void we all need to fill by writing, speaking, or volunteering for mentorship sessions. So that's one big part. So like you said, the charlatans will stop talking if the real ones come out and find some structure to engage in the market. That's one big thing. That's one. 2 is the talent pipeline. This profession runs the risk of extinction if you are not deliberately mentoring people. See, some of the people you have in your organization, some of the people you have in schools, people writing professional exams. So for instance, sponsor people who are writing your professional exam. It's not going to kill you. It's a fraction of your salary. Just make a commitment to say, X number of people writing every year, I will pay X amount. And you will be shocked People will walk up to you 10 years later and say, I am a professional member today because you paid my school fees. You paid for my professional exam. And that is major. It's major. In fact, just go back to wherever school you graduated from, go to your department and commit to mentor top 3, top 5 people from mass communication or anywhere. Just commit to do that every year and have coffee with them in your office.
I think we're out of time now.
Oh, so let me just
But we'll still have the opportunity for the mentorship. Please give them a resounding round of applause, even as I invite the convener to join them on stage for a picture. And right after that, we'll be moving our bodies. We have our coach in the house. We'll have an exercise break. So get ready to stretch. But very important points raised. We have the mentorship still coming up. We also have the Authors Corner still coming up. And please, we hope that you will continue to network and to continue to engage. This Leaders Lounge was sponsored by Mosron Communications. Let's put our hands together for Mosron Communications for making this Leaders Lounge session possible here at Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025. So if we're ready to be on our feet to exercise, I'd like us to nudge the person, tell them, let's get up, let's exercise, let's move our bodies. And even if you're joining us virtually, you can join in the exercise. To lead us, we have Coach Emike Dania, who's the lead coach and founder at Dania Fitness Limited, an organization dedicated to promoting active living by helping individuals, corporate teams, and remote workers build healthy, sustainable fitness habits. Please, let's put our hands together for Coach Emike Dania.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing today? Awesome. So I know we've been sitting for a while listening to all the conversations, very insightful conversations, but I'm here to just remind you that it's very important for you to stand up and move around once in a while. Prolonged sitting is really not good for your health long term. And what I do with my business is I like to come out and just talk to people about why it's important to have to practice active living. That means doing little things that add up to improve our health. So what I want us to do now is we are going to play a little game. We are going to do an activity I call walk stop. Okay? Now, I just need everyone to stand up. I know that the seats are kind of tightly packed, so we are not moving too far. You can just walk around your area or come out to the aisle where you have some space. So this is how the game goes. When I say walk, you walk. When I say stop, you stop. Very easy, right? Awesome. Okay, walk. Let's walk around nicely. All right. Stop. Walk. Stop. Walk. Stop. Awesome. Wow, you guys, you've gotten it already. So I'm going to just take it up a little notch by making it a bit more tricky. So this time when I say walk, you have to stop. And when I say stop, you have to walk. So walk means stop and stop means walk. Let's practice that. Walk. Stop. Nice. Walk. Stop. Walk. Stop. All right, we are really getting into it now. Okay, so we are going to level 2 now, where I'm going to introduce 2 new commands, okay? The first one is say your name. So when I say your name, you just say your name. And then when I say clap, we clap. Now the aim of this clap is for all of us to clap together. So it's like one loud clap. All right, let's practice that. Say your name. Emike. Clap. Say your name. Clap. Okay, so now we are putting everything together. where walk is walk, stop is stop, say your name is say your name, and clap is clap. All right, let's walk. Say your name. Stop. Clap. Walk. Say your name. Clap. Stop. Walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. Awesome. All right, you're doing so well, so we have to make it even more tricky. Yes, so right now, walk is stop, stop is walk, say your name is clap, and clap is say your name. All right. Do we have that? Do we have it? Do we have it? Okay, so we'll practice it now. When I say walk, you stop. When I say stop, you walk. When I say your name, you clap. When I say clap, you say your name. Okay, walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. Awesome. Walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. Walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. Okay. Let's take it up a little bit more. Yes, because we are doing so well. So I know we can go to the final level, right? So in level 3, I'm introducing 2 new commands, right? The first one is dance. So you just do this on the spot, right? And the second one is high five. So you just give someone a high five close to you, whoever is around you. Okay. Are you ready? Dance. High five. Dance. High five. Awesome. So let's try to put it together. We're going to start easy, where walk is walk, stop is stop, say your name is say your name, clap is clap, dance is dance, and high five is high five. Are you ready? Okay, walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. Dance. High five. All right. All right, we're going to practice that again. Walk. Stop. Say your name. High five. Clap. Dance. All right. So now you know what comes next. You know we have to flip it around. Exactly. So are we ready for this final challenge? Are we ready? Awesome. Okay. Walk is stop. Stop is walk. Say your name is clap. Clap is say your name. High five is dance is. Come on, guys. You got it already. All right. Are you ready for the practice round? Okay. Walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. High five. Dance. Okay, let's go again. Walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. Dance. High five. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. I want at least 70% of us to get it. All right, let's try one more time. Walk. Stop. Say your name. Clap. High five. Dance. Well done. That was amazing. Give yourselves a big round of applause. All right, well done. Okay, so for the next activity, it's also a very simple game. And for that one, we're just going to need our seats. It's a sit down and stand up game. This is how it goes. We're all going to start sitting, and then we can all sit down. And then I'm going to ask a question. Now, this question is going to address a fitness myth, maybe something that some people believe about fitness that might be true or not. So you just stand up or sit down depending on, what you believe about that question. So, for example, if I say, the only thing people need to do in life is cardio, like run on the treadmill. If you believe that's true, you stand up for yes. If you don't think that's true, you just sit down, remain seated, okay? So that's the game. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So we are going to start with a question. And the question is, does weightlifting make women look like men? Wow, okay. We have it. Can you hear me? Okay. So if you are sitting, you got the answer right, okay? Weightlifting does not make women look like men. In fact, to even gain that muscle, you have to work really hard to get that, and a lot of people even have to supplement to get really drastic results. So do not be scared of weightlifting. As a woman, it's your friend, okay? All right, second question. A combination of cardio and weightlifting is best for great results, whether you're trying to lose weight or just stay fit. Yes or no? Okay, awesome. So if you're standing, you're correct. So the answer to that is yes. For optimal results, it's good to have some cardio and also some strength training in your routine, especially as you're getting older, because you need that strength training. Helps with your joints, strengthen your bones, has so many benefits, and the cardio is very good for your cardiovascular, that's your heart and your blood vessels endurance. All right, last question. As a 9-to-5er, it's impossible to exercise. Thank you so much. So we all know that we actually have to exercise as 9-to-5ers, and I'm very happy that everyone knows that. All right, so to just wrap it up, a quick one. We are going to stand up and just have a very last activity. This one is very simple. We are not even moving too much. It's just all about clapping. Okay, so can we all stand up, please? Can we get on our feet from the side, on the side? Thank you very much. Okay, so this is how it goes. It's just a clapping game. When I say 1, we are clapping like this. When I say 2, we are going 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And when I say 3, we are going 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's 1, 2 is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 3 is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, are we ready for that challenge? All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, well done, everyone. Thank you so much. I hope you just keep getting some little activity every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give it up for Coach Emike Dania. Really interesting ways to keep moving even while we're at our desk, either in the office or working from home. So I hope we'll remember the 1, clap, tap, clap, 2, and 3. It's also good for concentration and focus. Well, we're almost at the end of Experiencing PR Annual Conference, but we still have our author chat and our mentorship chat. So that's the time when you can ask questions related to your industry. Authors are in the building, our mentors are in the building, and we want you to stay till the very end. So if you're joining us virtually, please hang on. Still so much here happening at Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025. And continue to share your beautiful moments, your pictures, your videos, your selfies. We'd like to see them across the different social media platforms. Remember to use our hashtags EPR 2025 and Experiencing PR 2025. Remember, we're always being marked for those who are PR professionals, we have to show doings, workings, that we do know the PR that we are proposing to our clients. And you know, these days, a lot of the things PR professionals do, AI is replacing. So it's important that we're taking in as much as we can from our leaders, our invited speakers, who have been chosen from different sectors, not just PR. This is a business conference. And one thing that came out from the Leaders Lounge is to be more visible, is to show up, to write, to make yourself available to speak. So if you've been considering writing a book or just taking it slowly, writing on social media, and you need some encouragement, I'm sure this author's chat will come in very handy. And we have 3 authors for our Author's Corner. Please join me in welcoming our first author, who is the author of The Proficient Communicator. A warm round of applause for Adedoyin Jaisimi. Let's put our hands together. Let's make her feel welcome. We also have the author of Fire Up Your Brand, Ayodotun Akinfenwa. A warm round of applause. And finally, the author of Doing PR on a Zero or Minimal Budget for Maximum Impact. We have David Akinfenwa. A warm, resounding round of applause. Right after the Author's Corner is the open mentorship chat, and then we'll be bringing this conference to an end. Some of you have asked about magazines. You are going to get the magazines are currently being distributed, and we hope that you take time out to read, to keep abreast of all the industry trends and insights. So we have all our authors here, and they are ready to moderate our conversation. I would now like to invite the moderator. I just want to encourage everybody to be mindful of the time. I don't like to come on stage to interrupt the proceedings and to cut off your train of thought. So please, if we can just be very mindful of the time, it will help a lot. To moderate this very important conversation happening here at the Author's Corner, please put your hands together for the Corporate Affairs Manager, JTI, in the person of Chioma Nwachukwu. I think the applause can swell as she makes herself comfortable on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Did you enjoy the stretch? Yes, okay. You did? So my name is Chioma Nwachukwu. I am the Corporate Affairs Manager for Japan Tobacco International. I'm happy to be here today to moderate this panel session titled Author's Corner. Obviously, the name already implies what it is. We're going to be having a conversation with authors who are PR and corporate communications experts. You know, they've had their experiences and their knowledge, and then they've obviously gone ahead to publish a book. Could we please give them a round of applause, because we know it's not easy to have your books published. So my first question actually will go to Ayodotun. The title of your book is Fire Up Your Brand. Such a powerful name, especially in this era when we talk about branding. You know, we have the individual brand and then we have the corporate brand. When we speak on the individual brand, your name makes up for your identity, what you do, how you speak, your carriage, even your social media actually is also your branding. Your LinkedIn is actually your brand. And then we move on to the corporate side. Speaking on brand, I don't think any organization would unintentionally want a negative brand image. You've been in the industry for 17 years. what inspired you to actually write this book?
Well, I love sharing my knowledge. I find that sharing my knowledge and just pushing out content has helped me grow as a person, and it has impacted people. And I thought to myself, this is a great way to scale, your impact. Another thing for me was because I feel that, this book I was very intentional about ensuring that it's a book that doesn't feel like a textbook. It's to talk about real daily issues. And I find that I have a very interesting career because I've done agency side as an employee. I've run my own agency. I've worked on what we call the client side. And I had quite a lot of experience and just perspective to share, right? And I loved reading books when I was starting out my career. I still do. And I felt, oh, look, I have a unique perspective. I have a bit of the old, what we think is the old school and the new school, and somebody has to just converge all of that into like a gist kind of material that people can enjoy, read, enjoy some anecdotes in there and learn and grow. So yes, it's targeted as young professionals in the comms and marketing space. I would have loved to read a book like that in my own time. And then of course, at business executives who don't have time to read, bulky material. It's just quick and easy read.
Very nice. And obviously, this book was published and released in December.
Yes.
So for most people here that most likely might be hearing about the book, what key points do you think they'll be able to take out from the book if they had to read the book today?
I think what they will take out is that they've been sleeping on their breast. See people that are doing great work, fantastic solutions, your organization or your person or your entity or people around you are doing things that are changing the world, but they're not building a brand that can help them scale. They are not owning their space. They are not taking up their spot. So if you read this book, it's called Fire Up Your Brand. A lot of people's brands are latent, and of course their impact is reduced and just capped. If you read this book, it's going to set your heart on fire with a huge desire to push your personal brand, your corporate brand, whatever brand you are connected with, as a person. So it's going to fire you up in many ways. So that's the
level
idea.
Up. It's giving you the details on how to level up because, even in communications, you keep equipping yourself. You need to keep reading, building on the knowledge because we are we're in a unique space.
Yes.
And obviously for you, David, as well, you're a communications professional and in next 6 days, you're about to launch your book, doing PR on a zero or minimal budget. How has your own experience shaped the way you have positioned your book?
Okay, so I have a background in journalism. I used to work as a journalist, and that sort of impacted how I approach storytelling. When you come from the industry of journalism, it sort of give you that exposure, to do media relations. So I understood that there was a gap in that space, in the PR space, basically. And I mean, in terms of how we approach media relations, a lot of journalists have told me that sometimes when they send pitches, a lot of PR professionals, have told me that when they send out pitches to journalists, to media houses, they sort of don't get feedback or sort of don't get their pitches acknowledged. So I understood that there is that gap in terms of how we PR professionals position the brands that we represent and how we tell their story in a way that will grab the media attention. And coming from my background in journalism, this is something that I already have an experience, in. So I sort of use that leverage to, to tell my experience as a book, to just basically teach how people can begin to leverage media relations in a way that is effective, in a way that is, positive and that yield maximum impact, basically.
So your own personal experience was what shaped how...
Yes, my experience working in journalism and my experience also working in the media, in the PR and media space, and just seeing how professionals in the PR space approach media relations.
Okay, thank you. And my next question would actually be to Adedoyin. You've actually published 2 books. Quite impressive, especially because, you wear many hats. If you're in the communication space, you sort of may or may not have heard of the Comms Avenue. And you are a co-founder of Comms Avenue. How are you able to handle, Comms Avenue, be a PR consultant, at the same time also be an author? How are you able to manage your time and prioritize?
Thank you for that question. Good afternoon, everyone, and just shout out to the Nigerian Women in PR team. Well done for this fantastic conference. To answer your question, when people ask me about balance, I really don't know how to answer the question. Once there's something that God has laid on my heart to do, I create the time to do it. At the time where I was writing From Clueless to Success, I realized that it was important for me experiencing this challenge, because somehow on the surface of things, it looks like you've had a smooth sailing journey, and that's not the truth. And they say lots of things, and I would be like, I have been there, I understand. And so I realized that it was important for me to document my journey, to say, look, I started really cluelessly. I didn't understand what it is that I wanted to do, but here's hand. Right now, I'm actually writing another book that's almost finished. Again, it's just the discipline around it. I don't think about balance. I take myself, thank you. I take myself as my own client, and I get the work done.
Yes, I mean, you said the key word. The key word there is actually discipline. Because when it comes to prioritizations, we wake up every morning, we're writing, I need to do this, I need to do that. For example, if you say you're going to work out, and then you're going to work out after work you're exhausted, you're sleeping, and say, oh, tomorrow. But if you say, I'm going to actually pen down my thoughts towards ensuring that a book is going to come out at the end of the year, you need to actually be very disciplined to, make that sail through. So well done for that. My second question for you as well is, because you also mentioned that people run up to you and say they want to be like you, without even realizing that you also had to jump hurdles to be where you are today. You're on your second book, and just right now you're saying you're moving on to your third book. What have you experienced in terms of challenges from the first book, where you had to write down to publishing, and then you moved on to the second book and now the third book? So are the challenges the same? Do they differ, or does it become much easier?
I think it really depends on what you're trying to write. So when I was writing From Clueless to Success, I pretty much wrote that book in 2 weeks. And because I worked for a long time as a writing coach, I've already developed a system. So if you tell me that I want to publish a book this year, I can literally give you a template. If you follow that template, you will get your book out. Get your outline ready. Tell yourself, I'm going to work on chapter 1 in week 1 or month 1. Plan it, you will get your book out. So I already knew that. My second book probably took about 3 weeks to write, because it's just for me to sit down and write. But you see, this third book that I'm writing, and it's a book about my faith journey. It took longer because I had to go to a very deep place to remember, going back to childhood to bring all of those stories together. So the challenges have been different. But for me, the ultimate thing is, why am I doing this? Why am I documenting this story? What do I want people to take out of it? We show up for our clients, but we fail to show up for ourselves. So I overcome that challenge. Another challenge is, hey, publishing is not cheap. The person that is publishing my third book, when he sends me the quotes, I'm like, Jesus be a fence. Because it's almost literally times 4 or times 5 of how much it cost me to publish From Clueless to Success. But you know what? Even From Clueless to Success, I didn't have the money when the guy sent me the quotes. I just started, because the way I see it is, would I let the lack of money stop me from doing what I want to do, or what I know God has asked me to do? No. I'm going to do what is in my power. And what is in my power? Start writing. And you start writing. When you get to the point where you need to publish, have conversations. Reach out to people. Like the person doing my publishing now, I've told him, this money I can't afford it. Let's spread it over 5 months. And you pray in bits. But don't let that hurdle stop you from achieving the eventual goal that you want to have.
Very interesting. Very interesting. As you were also speaking, I saw Ayodotu nodding her head. You're coming from an angle of publishing for the first time, second time, and now the third time. But obviously for a first-timer, their experience is different from when they have to write to, working with a publishing house. So I'd like for you, Ayodotu, to actually buttress or share your own experience with your challenges and how you were able to overcome it.
Okay, so I think the major challenge I had was time. Time to just sit down and pen. I had everything that I had to say in my head, in my heart. Time was a challenge for me, and how I figured it out was to just take time off work, speak to my principal, and just carve out the time to solve that. And yes, the cost of publishing is insane. Everything is 4 times what it was, so yes, that is there. Now the time problem for me has extended even to the post. Because it's one thing, half the battle is writing the book, but actually publishing and distributing and ensuring that it does have the impact that it's meant to have, and also helps you to earn something, you know, as passive income. So that, I mean, that's the current challenge I'm trying to navigate, because there's simply been no time with work and all the other things that one has to do. But I mean, we're figuring it out gradually.
Gradually.
Yeah, so those are the two key challenges.
Thank you for saying that. So obviously, how are you able to now manage your time, seeing that that was your greatest challenge? Because obviously, that's when you say time, you mean your 9 to 5 or your
Yes.
business. How then did you structure your timing to make sure you met your deadlines?
So I think what works for me or helped me was because I have spent years facilitating sessions on the subjects in my book. I was talking about branding, I was talking about content strategy, I was talking about PR, I was talking about communications. I've spent years teaching. So what I did was I compressed all my case studies, hundreds and hundreds of slides and stuff. I compressed them. That's the first thing I did. So that was the first half of the work. And the second half, I took time.
Okay.
So I took time off work. I just carved time. I had a conversation with my principal and I just took time off work and shut down everything. So for me, I think the advice I'll give anybody is to ensure that they bank. So the time, there will never be, time is not going to let up. Things are not going to let up. There will never be a portion of time that, look, the universe, this person is about to write a book, so clear out, no. So the advice to anyone, you know, that is writing a book or looking to share their experience, and you should, is to bank. Bank over the years. That helps me a lot. So bank content as you go. Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you for sharing your experience. Adedoyin, you actually said something. You said that you have a template. So I hope you're willing to share that template if people come.
I'll consider it.
You think about it. And, you know, we've spoken about the challenges. I think one thing we are yet to speak on is in terms of people have all the knowledge and people have the experience. But when it comes down to penning down, documenting your experience, writing might also be challenging, you know. So David, for you, when you were writing your book, did you experience times where you wrote, but what you were writing didn't exactly capture the storytelling you were trying to portray? Or were there times that you were just blanked?
I mean, definitely, of course, there are times like that. I can tell you for free that writing this book is one of the most challenging things I've done in a very long while. It took me a year to get the final draft ready. I was writing, I wouldn't like what the draft looked like. I would add my colleagues, my industry colleagues, I know that they are very good when it comes to critiquing industry materials. I would send them the draft to just, you know, give me some sort of thoughts about what I've done so far. I would also engage an editor that I value, just so I can get different perspective to just be sure that I'm getting the message conveyed in a way that is not misunderstood, and also in a way that people would read and get my message, because I didn't want the book to feel like a regular textbook that you can, you know, now that we have a content overload that people can easily just Google stuff and get results. I wanted a book that speak more of my experience and speak more of like values that people can get, as opposed to them experiencing what I had gone through. They can also just speak from what I'd experienced easily and just, you know, get better at their crafts.
Okay, thank you for that. Seems like we're almost running out of time. So I have 2 more questions before I go to the general questions for the panel. So this one would go to Ayodotu. My question for you is, when we're writing a book, no one writes for the fun of writing, right? And nobody, you know, yes, you're writing maybe because you want the visibility, you want profits. But
in this case, when I was invited to this, I was like, oh my God, this is great, because there'll be a lot of people who are business owners, business executives, who are busy, who should read this kind of book, or young professionals who should read this kind of book. I absolutely need to clear my schedule and be here. So beyond the usual plugging it on all the usual platforms, make sure that it's available, make sure that you are intentionally looking for your audience, and you are embracing ways to be in their faces. In that, your niche audience, figure out who they are, and make sure you're in their space. So don't think about it in general sense. Oh, book launch. Well, I'll launch the books. Let me just hold an event and that's it. Or let me just be on social and that's it. Think of your audience and build intentionally around connecting with them and making it available to them.
Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I would move on to our last question before we'll take 1 or 2 general questions. And my last one goes to Adedoyin. How can PR and communication professionals ensure that as the market is emerging, their books remain relevant and very practical in an industry that is growing?
Okay, I think first of all is writing about what you know about your experience. So if you, because I consume a lot of books, and you realize that it's very Eurocentric. We don't see a lot of case studies and examples that fit into our system and our culture. So you understand the strategic communications principles, you understand the frameworks, but in terms of the context of how it applies in our markets, that's something everybody in the room, we have a unique advantage on. So I think for me, the first thing is writing about your experience and your expertise, sharing some of those case studies. And for those of us, if you are 10 years and above, you really should be documenting, because we don't do a lot of that in this part of the world. We don't write. I don't know why. But we need to be able to document, because we're reading books for people that have died years ago. I still have Shakespeare's collection, and Shakespeare has been given since 19 or 18, whatever, right? And don't think that, oh, I need to be overly intelligent, or I need to be, that's why you have editors. But think about what's happening now. So AI is emerging. There's so many things that are emerging within the industry that people can write about. So I think write about what you know, write about the trends, and write about things that will leave value to people around you and within the ecosystem to ensure that sustainability.
Thank you. I'm sure a lot of people listening who have the urge to write might say, oh, they have the time, they have the visibility, they have the money, they have the resources to write, so obviously it's easy for them. So I would like to ask each and every one of you to give your advice on a potential writer that lacks knowledge or time. What advice would you give to them? So start from Adedoyin.
The writer is lacking knowledge of how to write the book, or knowledge of what they want to write about. Or how to, just general knowledge.
Sorry, lack of resources.
Resources.
So if they have the lack of resources or maybe time, how do you advise them to go about it?
So with time, I always say we create time. One time after a while, I was thinking, oh my God, I'm so busy. And then I was praying one day, and the Holy Spirit was like, go and review your what's that thing called? Screen time on iPhone. Yeah. And I realized I did doing, you have spent 4 hours on Instagram.
On Instagram.
And you say you didn't have time? Yeah. Actually, let's be honest with ourselves. We actually have time. So don't give yourself that lie. Yes, I work around the clock. I did an assessment about 2 weeks ago. It was stretching. I finished writing the 3rd book. I have a 4th book that I'm writing. Trust me, you can actually create time. So I don't want to hear that excuse. The excuse of resources, like I said before, start with what is in your power. If you have in mind, this is what I want to write about. I want to write about communications. I want to write about AI. Outline it. Do your chapter outlining. Do the writing. Now look within your network. Something that I need to say about writing my book. The person that edited my book, 1st book, 2nd book, shout out to Sharon. She also edited Ayodotun's book. I said, Sharon, please, I didn't have money, but please, you are my partner in this, my partner in purpose. So there are people that you know, and that's what we do. We build relationships. So don't think that you need to go and look for someone, extremely extravagant out there. Same thing with my publisher. When I was running Sparkle Writers Hub, I used to refer clients to him. So I was like, Toby Alpha, I want to publish book now. Please help your girl. Yeah. So who in your network can help you get discounts? And then I'm a believer. Those of you that follow me, I'm a Jesus baby. I say, Jesus, you've got to show up for me. But I also believe that when you have a vision, when you have a plan, provision always comes. It just may not come in the way that you think. So don't let resources stop you from writing. Yeah.
Thank you. Ayodoto, what's your own take on that?
Okay, my answer is not quite different. I think the only thing I would add is tools. Now, I didn't use so many tools, but there are tools that are things on your phone. A lot of times we buy these expensive phones, but we use only 10% of what it has to offer. Stuff as simple as your voice memos, your Google Docs and audio recordings. And I know that there are a million other tools. I didn't even use that many tools. A million other tools that are on your phone or free that you can easily use. In addition to working with people, a lot of people are willing to help you edit, to help you review, to give you feedback. Even if you don't have money, you always have people. Even if you don't have money, you don't have time. No, you're not ready to write. There has to be something that we can, blend together, a quality mix of little bit of time, depending on people, using a few tools. And when you combine that, you have a holistic result at the end of the day. So
Thank you. And David, anything to add before we wrap up?
So, I mean, they both said it all, but for me, I do not think the issue is not having time or not having the resources. I think the fear of what the outcome of the entire process would look like is what scares people away from venturing into writing. But I can tell you for free today that it's not about that. You can just start. You don't have to get it figured out. You can't entirely know what the outcome would look like if you did not at least start. Start with what you know. Start with, from the basic of the basic. Just start documenting them. And then it compounds to what we have, the final published books that we have. It takes a while. You have to be intentional about doing the work, doing the work and just putting in more effort to just get your message out there. But it takes a village. It's not just what you can just do and get it done today. So you have to be intentional about putting yourself in the process.
Okay, thank you all, as we have now come to the end of this session, and I wish you all the best with your books.
Please let's give our panelists, our authors, and our able moderator a warm round of applause. Let's appreciate them with our clapping. I don't know if we have the convener around who can just join them on stage. If you can hear me, Tolu would love you to be on stage for this quick photograph. We're getting to the very end. We have our open mentorship chat. So we're going to share headsets. You do not need to get up immediately. We'll have the people who are interested in one mentor will stay to the right. The people who are interested in another mentor will stay to the left. So I'll introduce the mentor. So that's why I said don't get up immediately. Once you know this is the mentor I would like to listen to, then you pick up your bag, all your personal effects, devices, phones, and you make your way to the side of the room that's applicable to you. You'll be given a headset where you can follow the conversation, and we'll bring this conference to an end once we conclude the open mentorship chat. It's past 3 p.m. and there's still so many people in the room. Some of you have been here since 7, since 8 a.m. A lot of you have tuned in from all across the world, and we're so grateful that you're still here, still engaging. Just so I know that we're all on the same page, can you all give yourselves a warm round of applause? You've done amazing. You've applauded other people, our speakers. You've applauded our leaders, our invited guests, but you have all been amazing. So we have 2 business mentors, and they will be interviewed, they will be asked questions by their mentee. So this is an opportunity to learn. Remember, this is not a PR conference, it's a business conference that puts forward a case for PR to contribute to development. And that's why this year's theme, PR for Results, Innovative Strategies for Business and Transformative Leadership. So we hope that you're learning from the stories, the highs, the lows, the challenges. So one house, please, because this is the part you don't want to miss, the mentorship. I'd like to bring up our mentors. Please, can I have your attention? The event is not yet over. Some will argue we saved the best for last. Please join me in welcoming our first mentor, the founder and CEO of the Zephyr Events Group. Woo! Funke Buckner Obruthe. Woo! So I've already given you a tip of the iceberg. So If you want to do the business mentorship, I've already said who the business mentor is, which is Funke Bokno Obruthe. So you will stay to my right. Now, if you want to join the industry session, the industry mentor we have is the CEO of Modion Communications, Odion Aleobua. You'll come to my left. So before I bring them up, just so that we're not all still moving around, would like you to get up now with your bags, with your belongings. Remember, to my right for business and to my left for industry mentorship. So if you want the business mentorship, to my right, business mentorship, and that will be with Funke Bokno Obruthe. And if you want industry mentorship, that will be with Odion Aleobua to my left. So I'm expecting that you start to pick up your belongings. Either you're moving to the right or you're moving to the left. Either you're moving to the right or to the left. And please, we do not want any backbenchers. We need you to fill all the rows in front because we're giving out headsets. So we need you to fill out all the chairs in front, all the black covered chairs. Remember, if you want business mentorship with our business mentor, Funke Bokno Obruthe is to my right. And if you want industry mentorship, it's to my left, and that's with Odion Aleobua, CEO of Modion Communications. So we'll give another 30 seconds or so for everyone to move to the side of the room they're interested in. We're giving out headsets so you're able to follow the conversation. And these mentors will be joined by their mentees who will engage them in conversations, ask them questions so that we can learn from their challenges, from their successes, from their peaks, from their valleys, from their journey. As I mentioned, this is a business conference, and that's why we have business mentorship. And then, of course, we're showing the value of PR for driving results, and that's why we have the industry mentorship. So if you're interested in the industry mentorship when it comes to PR, public relations, you should be at the left side of the room. If you're interested in business, you should be at the right side of the room. So we'll give another 30 seconds or so because it's business, time is money, and we're doing everything in our possible best to ensure that we keep to time so that you're out of here in good time to beat the traffic, to get back to your offices, your homes, and to your businesses. Ushers, please help in directing people. We shouldn't have anyone standing at this point. As I've mentioned before, to my right, we have the business mentorship, and to my left, we have the industry mentorship. Okay, 30 more seconds, and we will have to start. 30 more seconds. To my right, business mentorship, and to my left is the industry mentorship. I'll now invite our mentor. I can see that.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluchi, and I'm Chief of Staff at Space Finish. Space Finish is a commercial design and build firm here in Lagos.
And no matter what, we all have strengths that we can leverage on. A lot of times we focus on our weaknesses a lot more, but you can focus on your strengths more. What is that thing that you're great at? What is that thing that when somebody is thinking of someone that can do something great, they think about you? Even if you think you have 20 weaknesses, you must have one strength. right? So that strength that you have is something that I have been able to leverage on to say, you know what, when I get into a room, I make people happy. When I get into a room, I'm delivering excellently. When I get into a room, events are great. When I get into a room, people are motivated. That's who I am, and I need to tell myself that I belong here. So that's how I get over that. I hope that has helped anyone here.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. That was very profound. Yeah, I need to remind myself I belong here.
I do belong. We belong. We belong.
Yes. So one of the things I really love about you as a person is how your personality shines through everything that you do. Your Instagram is bubbly. You are, and it's like you're just who you are, right? You will have built a very successful business, but you have done that so authentically. And I mean, it's so inspiring. So I really just want to understand, like, how do you stay so authentic? Because, like, in business, it's like there's always some mold that you need to fit into. Sometimes, you know, it's like, oh, you should be very serious. You should be, as a woman, you should be this. You should be prim and proper. But you are just yourself. You're very authentic. How have you remained authentic despite all the molds that we need to fit into in business?
Ooh, thank you for this question. I like it a lot. Authenticity has been something that I've had to embrace since I was a young child. And why am I telling this story? When I was younger, I had been told that I was a bit too much, that I was too hyper. You know, I think you've all heard it before. I say it a lot. And the reason why when I say it a lot is because it's really true. You know, some people had said, oh, she's too hyper, she's too much, she dances too much, she sings too much, she's too loud. Oh, my goodness, what's going on with this girl? But I found as I was growing up, you know, in secondary school, in university, that I just needed to be myself. And being myself is really what has really helped me. Now, being myself doesn't also mean that I'm not self-aware of when I need to be serious, or when I need to be fun, or when I need to be, you know, bring in those leadership skills that you all know. So what it is that when you are yourself, you are not forced to be like somebody else. So you shine through in the way you are. But the truth is, in the way you are, you also need to understand that there are some positives of how you are and some negatives. So for example, I'm planning a corporate event. I'm not going to be planning a corporate event for a bank, or I'm just saying, and I will dancing as I'm coming into the room, right? I'm just going to be very serious, you know, be official, you know, just, you know, really, really be like, oh my, yes, how are we doing? What's happening? But at the same time, my personality will still shine through. And how will that be? Just because of how I am, where I am joyous. I'm full of joy. So I'm going to come in there, and I'm even going to give you a smile when I come into that room. So now, how has that been able to come through in the business? In the business, one of the things I always tell my team is like, we are who we are. We cannot be all things to all clients. And I think that everybody here needs to understand that. You can't be all things to everybody. You are going to attract the clients that are for you. You're going to attract yours. You're going to attract the ones that love you, the one that think that you are all that. So when you understand that you will only attract those that are for you, you will begin to gravitate towards those kind of people. My late sister said something to me one day. She said, Funke, you need to be in the place where the ones that are yours. Stop fighting to be somewhere else. Stop trying to be like somebody else. Stop trying to mold your business like somebody else. What your business is, you are all about customer service. You're all about creativity, excellence, fun, culture, all the things that are authentic to the Zafira brand, all the things that are authentic to all the various businesses you've opened up, and all the things that are authentic to you. Be that person, be that brand that you have. And when you embrace that, I'm telling you, your authenticity will shine through. I've always been someone that used to dance. I've been dancing since I was a little child. I didn't just start dancing now. There's some people now, they're just dancing. It's fake, because they are not really dancers. But they feel like if I dance, they will buy my product. No, that's not who you are. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So you need to find what speaks for you, or what makes you special or different, right? And so what I did was, I just embraced who I was. So I was always someone that was fun and jovial. And I said, you know what, how can I take that authenticity into a room and bottle it up? So even if people said, oh, Funke, oh my gosh, she's just too much. I'm like, I'm too much for you, but I'm not too much for this person. Or I'm not too much for this particular brand. I remember one event we were planning. And people have said to me, it was one of Nigeria's billionaires' children. And everybody has said, you have to be calm. Oh. You don't have to, don't go and be acting like you are just dancing. And I was like, okay. So the next thing, we were planning the wedding. I was very calm. I was like, they've paid me billions, millions. Let me be, Then the bride came to me and said, is it that you don't like us? I said, why did you say that? She said, because you're not dancing at our event. I said, yeah, I should dance. I can dance. She said, yes, please, dance. Come on. And then they pulled me onto the dance floor. And then the next thing, we were dancing. I was thinking to myself, hey. And they have become my family today. So I'm just saying that sometimes what you think is somebody else's vice is what somebody else loves about you. Right? So I just needed to put that there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So I wanted us to get the personality questions out of the way, because I believe that as a business leader, the core of who you are is important to your success as much as your competence and your knowledge and all of that. So let's talk about the business. You've built literally one of the biggest successes in the event industry in Nigeria. It's successful. It's been such a trailblazer business. What are the hurdles? What are the challenges that you have faced, especially at the beginning, for young business leaders like myself? What challenges did you face, and how did you navigate those challenges? You can just talk about a few of them.
Thank you. Many challenges. And we're still dealing with it. So the first challenge was, first of all, getting people to buy into what we were selling. What is that value that you're bringing? A lot of people didn't even understand what it was about. And I know that there are many people in this room today, you're trying to do something new. So when you're trying to do something new, or when you are trying to create from something that even already exists and just trying to make a difference, people are going to think, are you crazy? Or who is going to buy this product? So that was one of the challenges of getting people to see the value of saying, it's a service, you can't touch it, right? But it's a service that you need. So we started, the first one was getting people to pay for that service. And then, of course, as time went on, our tagline then was, we'll take the stress off you. But as the business began to grow, we realized that people just didn't want you to take the stress off them. They also wanted you to create an experience for them. So what it is that as your business also begins to grow, even if you have a particular vision and say this is what it is, you see, sometimes you have to think about it and say maybe this vision needs a bit of tweaking. So I had to change our tagline, and all our vision and all the USP to say it needs to adapt to the generation that we are now catering to. So that was on one side. So getting people to even pay for the value was number one. Number two, staffing was also another thing at that time. Because don't forget that I was starting in an industry that didn't exist. The people didn't go to school for it. There was nobody that knew what it was about. I had to learn and I had to be self-taught. So I had to take courses abroad. I had to go for, conferences. I had to get people to teach me. I had to go to LBS, Faith Foundation. I did everything. And then I had to now begin to hire. So from hiring, my personality, it was a very, I was about passion. I didn't understand how people were not about passion like me. I'm thinking, what's wrong with all these people? They were just bad, like spoiled. I felt they were just badly behaved. And I just thought, I don't have time for all this. So I lacked a bit of empathy and emotional intelligence. That was one challenge I had, of trying to put myself in another person's shoes. I just thought life was the way I thought it was. If you're sick, if I was sick, I showed up. If my dad was ill, I showed up. When my grandmother died, I showed up. But some people, once their grandmother died like this, they collapsed. They didn't know what to do. So I just thought, so I had to be empathic to understand people and see that I needed to feel the way they were feeling. That was another thing. So emotional intelligence, I had to learn emotional intelligence in order to be able to build the business. Number three was putting structure in place. I had to put structure, I had to put processes in place because I realized that I needed this business. I was maybe 23 years old or 23, 24 when I started. And I thought, how can this business be sustained if I don't put structure in place? So structure is also something that you may not get it all together from the very beginning, but just have an idea of where you're trying to go. So put structure in place. I put structure, processes, made sure that, everybody understood what they were supposed to do. Now, regarding the one of the people, at the initial stage, people were leaving. Why were they leaving? People did not have a defined career path. They did not see themselves in the future of the organization. They just thought, well, what next? So a lot of people were leaving to go and start their own businesses. And I was training a lot of people. So I used to feel a bit offended and upset that I'm training and they're leaving. But I now realized that probably we were not even doing the right thing. So we began to look inwards and we realized that we needed to put proper structure. The people needed to see their defined career path. I had said to myself that this business was not going to be a one-man business. So it's not going to be Funke, Bucknor, and Sons, like I told somebody recently. So another thing was also empowering the team. I was intentional in empowering the team. I wanted to make sure that people knew that people could be like me. So if you saw someone on the team and you saw me, we looked nice. What more happens in most organizations is you see the MD, then you see everybody else, and everybody looks, it's obvious who the MD is. You right? So I said, no, it's not going to be like that for us. So everybody's going to feel seen. Everybody's going to be made like they're stars. So I was deliberate in pushing my team forward, in making sure that clients saw them, client listened to them, client heard them. They were well represented in all the meetings. I would step back and act like I didn't know what was happening. I would ask my team, what do you think? Oh, what? I knew the answer. I know answer to almost everything. But I was always particular about making sure that they felt seen, they felt heard, and they felt understood. So that was that in the team building. Another one was competition. Now, why I'm saying this is like, look, a lot of times you will hear people tell you things like, don't look, just look forward. Don't look left, don't look right, just be going. You are the focus. Hello, my dear sisters and brothers. Sometimes you need to look left and right to see what your competitors are doing. Do you know why? What it does is that it also helps you to reinvest in your business. So it begins to help you to look at your processes. Sometimes one of the challenges I had earlier on as well was that when I was one of the pioneers, so I had the first mover advantage, right? So everybody was coming to us. Everybody was booking us. Everybody was calling us. We were so big. All of a sudden, people were coming. Competitors were coming. And then I was wondering, why are they choosing them over us? And I began to see that maybe there was an area we were not doing well in. What does that mean? Maybe somebody will say, oh, you guys are not as creative as others. You guys are not as maybe fun, cool. Let me just give you that one. Cool as other people were cool. And I was cool in my heart. I don't know if you're getting me. But I was not translating to what people were seeing. So there was a brand perception problem. So what did we have to do? We needed to correct it. So that was another challenge. How do you correct a perception of people thinking that your brand was a particular way? So we're deliberating. So that's why I told somebody the other day that me, Funke, if they had told me that I wear trainers, I thought to myself, why do people wear trainers? But now I wear trainers to appear young and cool, right? Do you understand? I now wear it. I changed my style of dressing to appeal to the younger generation, so that the brand, and then I made everybody in the organization also seem cool. So we had to now begin to look into our product and say, how can we make it look cool? How do we even deal with technology, social media? That was another thing. I said, our work will speak for itself. Should be when people just come to our event, they will know that we are great. Meanwhile, I don't notice that there were people that were doing rubbish, but their Instagram and social media was lit. I said, which will show you people? We'll be lit like you. We now started beginning to really work on that social media technology, because I was also one of those people that were like, technology, I beg, they should leave us alone, Jare. What is it? Your work will speak. Tell your story. And that began to tell the story. So that's the power of storytelling. And that's what you guys are doing here today. The power of storytelling is so important, because if you don't tell your story, somebody else will tell it for you, and in the wrong way. So you need to toot your horn, tell your story, create your own narrative, so that people will know what's your business and who you are. So the challenges are plenty. And as a business grows, you will continue to face different challenges. And what you just need to do is to respond. First of all, you need to anticipate your challenge. So don't always be reactive. Be proactive. Think about what can go wrong, or what do we need to adapt to. So another thing was also reinvention. And when you build a brand on great values, authenticity, what is it? Now, there's nobody saying that you will be perfect. But people will see that you are doing all that you are doing with all your heart. You are giving it your best. You are not compromising. When people see you, they are saying that you are delivering value all the time. And that was one of the things we're very, very intentional about. I mean, there are many, many more challenges. If I stay here, we'll not go home if I continue to talk about the challenges. But those are just some of the things that with early on, and even till now, one is still dealing with. I hope that helps someone.
Yeah. Yes, thank you so much. So many things to unpack in that response. You talked about your team and empowering your team. Currently, it's one of the things I struggle with, right? Delegation, because I'm so finicky. I am so particular about the details, and sometimes I obsess over the fact that I'm not sure that if I give this to somebody else, they will do it to the standard that I, would do it to. So how do you manage that delegation, balancing delegation and trust in people?
Oh my goodness, it's still something that I'm battling with. I'm very hands-on. I'm hands-on. I'm hands-on not because I feel like people can't do their work. It's just my personality. My personality is I'm just like that. I'm like that everywhere, in my house, everywhere. I'm just hands-on. But one of the things about what you've said is that as human beings, you must learn how to delegate and close your eyes. Because if you don't, you will burn out. And you, as a human being, as one person, you can't do it all. So when you understand that you cannot do it all, you have to trust. Now, trust comes with people making a lot of mistakes. You will want to pull your hair out. You will scream. You will shout. You will go to the corner. You'll be like, what kind of nonsense? I've had members lose millions just because they did not pay attention to a detail. But guess what? There were people. So I'll give you an example. There was a member of our team who joined us about 9 years ago. And when the person joined, a lot of people were saying, I didn't even like her. Because I just felt she was too calm and too, she was just so calm. I'm just thinking, something will be burning like this. She'll be like, it will be sorted. I'm like, sorted in this day and age. But that was just how she dealt with things. But I came to realize that she was very analytical. She was very creative. She understood how to deal with certain clients. So what it is that when it comes to delegation, you have to also understand your team. So you don't give someone, there are times that I've seen someone struggle with field work, but they are great with paperwork. I've seen someone struggle with maybe communication with a wedding, when it comes to a wedding, but when it comes to the corporate client, they can communicate effectively. So what do? I begin to switch. I realize that this person, I've had a team member say to a client before, I was tired. Why are you disturbing me? Hey, I said, yeah, in this our company, we don't do that. It's about customer service. But I realized that person did not like weddings or birthdays. So I put the person in funerals. Yes, go and be doing funerals. Go and be, so you not tell them that, but then you are crying with them. And you are talking to the mother of the, so will you tell them that it's something you cannot tell them. But what am I saying here? I saw that person's strength. And I saw the person's weakness. So
do you have 10 naira data now? Because I hear that it's not 200% increase, Abi. So it has to be 200 naira data. With your 200 naira data, it's okay. But with your small data, you can actually bring down a brand. And bringing down a brand should not also be malicious. So let's also understand that we have the right to swing our hands, but the brand has the right to defend their nose. Right? So let's also, but what I'm trying to say here is that what we should be targeting is the consumer's mind. And the consumer's mind for PR people, especially in Nigeria, we haven't touched anything yet. I see here us talk about space. So I had a conversation with a PhD class of Caleb University. And they were asking me about media management. And I said, I no longer believe in editorial space. That in today's PR, your editorial space in anything that is void. Should I say that again? I no longer believe in editorial spaces. An editorial space today is anything that is void that can be amplified. So where is void? If you open your phone now and you want to post, it's blank, Abi? That is void. I can put anything there and immediately can change the narrative. But so is Third Mainland Bridge. Third Mainland Bridge is void. I can display there and I'll be on social media. And I've done it before, right? They asked our agency to do a teaser, something that will grip Lagos, right? So that we look forward to the launch. And I told them, wow, we're happy to do this, but I think that it's going to be bigger than the campaign. They thought I was joking. So we put 30 boys, 6'3", wearing only boxers and polka dot socks, and we just put them on Third Mainland Bridge. And they were carrying a plaque saying, say no, what's the message now? That was 2019. Say no to, so it's a sea finish thing, right? So the whole Lagos was gripped. I just used Third Mainland Bridge, and we're trending. I didn't use newspapers. So we must understand that every void that allows me to manipulate, and now I use the word manipulate now so that I get your attention, right? To manipulate the mind of the consumer is what should concern you. I was in Cape Town in October, November. And what I was interested in is neuromarketing, right? What people are doing right now is that they can use tech and science to predict your buying. Do you know that? Okay, but they are no longer predicting your buying decisions. They are now predicting your social. No, actually not social. Your biological action. No, I'm not sure you understand. I didn't say your social. Your biological. Biological is very personal, isn't it? What I'm saying is that Amazon can actually predict whether you are pregnant or not, or whether you are going to be pregnant or not. And this is not theory, it's happened. They followed a 16-year-old and followed her buying decision and then sent pregnancy drugs to the house. And the dad saw it and was like, I'm going to sue Amazon. And then wrote to them. And they were like, your daughter is 3 months pregnant. Like, do you know she's 16? They were like, ask her. And she was 3 months pregnant. See, if you are in a PR where you are still doing media, you are too late. AI and predictive marketing will put you to the history of EPR. I was looking for a nice way of saying it.
So I agree with you when you say that digital media is powerful, and we can also use it to shape decisions, brand decisions, and all of that. I mean, we've seen cases where people came online to drag certain brands, and those brands had to adapt to the consumer's preferences. But my question is, should brands always adapt to consumers' preferences? What if it's at the cost of their own reputation?
One of the questions I was asked in the class that I told you I was in South Africa was, is it true that the consumer is king? It is. What the consumer is not is that he's a despot. The consumer is not a despot, cannot determine your behavior. He's king in aligning their needs to your brand promise. However, they can't force you. The power to do that lies in the integrity of your product. So if I trust my product that is not going to cause cancer, that is not going to kill you, you can't cancel me. If I make the most amazing product, you will worship that product.
Okay, because now, okay, let me put some context to it. Recently, we had someone come out to complain that she bought food from a particular brand, and it was too small. It was smaller than expected. And in my mind, I'm like, there were other options. Why did you have to go for this one? But at the end of the day, interestingly, the way the brand responded, they were like, okay, we have listened to you. They compensated her. And in my mind, I got confused. I'm like, is it that you are not standing on your business decision to sell that quantity at that amount? Doesn't mean that if someone else comes up tomorrow again and says, oh, this quantity is still too small, you will come again and compensate the person. So, I mean, this can shed light on it.
Your questions are good because they look like they are going to set me up, but they are very good. But did you see that video? You know, if I bought something for 6K, it must look like 6K. It must look like 6K, isn't it? Did that product look like 6K? So first of all, you must even apologize for creating a product that doesn't look like the price. And I think that is also a problem in Nigeria. So the word luxury is overused. So if I hear luxury hotel, I'm already suspecting. Even international. Gospel International. Like, okay, where are you? Lagos and Canada. That's all. Are you already international? Right? We overuse descriptive words. The product, first of all, it wasn't even the fact that it was too expensive. It was poorly packaged than coleslaw. Because coleslaw is such a cider, we don't even pay attention to it, isn't it? It was less than coleslaw. It was terrible for 6K. So what was the price build up to make 6K? Did you just slam 6K on it because you won? You end that one, Abi? Okay, good. That was not for me. Or it was because the value of the packaging, right, and of the food therein makes sense to slam 6K on it. So, and I think that at the end of the day, when we're also branding ourselves, we must understand that there's a technique to it. I did a class for SMEs, and I was forced to talk about pricing. And when I did research, I realized that there are 6 strategies to pricing, and there are about 12 other sub-tactics to pricing. So that thing you just move and just put, no, there are like 6 different ways you can do that. And if you are watching the Dangote versus NNPC refinery debacle, Dangote is simply showing them why he's in business since he was a teenager. And what people don't get is that there's a timing to his pricing. So I've been in the oil and gas, and I know what he's doing. He doesn't change the price until it's not even when your ship berths. It's when your ship is about to berth, he changes the price on you. So if you waste time to adjust in shipping, the moment you load, you berth, they start charging you for berthing. So if you waste time and say, okay, let's have a meeting, that is 12 hours on that ship, another cost versus the cost that was already reduced on the product. He knows what he's doing. You can't play him. So it's not just that he's changing the price, there's a timing to price. And I'll give you another price. I don't know how many of you knew when Glow came in. Glow came in with a pricing strategy. SIM card was so expensive, we used to buy it for 40,000. People don't believe, right? When Adenuga came, he gave it as 0. That was the pricing strategy. So that
conversation is really, really getting very charged, but sadly we're out of time. So maybe 1 minute to just round off.
Should they give us a whole day? Maybe you should follow democracy. Right? I think that when we are doing business, we should be very collegiate about it. Don't just slam price. Understand, when I entered the market, I used pricing strategy. You know what I did? I removed my cost price because I knew that I couldn't compete with already established. So there are people that already have been doing business with you for 5 years. I know I can compete on capacity, but pricing was going to be an issue. So I just tell you, pay only for third party. Don't pay me. It's called freemium. So tech use that a lot, right? Tech will give you and say be using. When you are used to it, they will just sign you out. You will be begging and say, here's my card. Be taking it every month yourself. Right? It's called freemium. So pricing is a strategy. So don't just slam scale on something without understanding that there's a tactics to it.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think it's also...
Okay, I'm already very uncomfortable. I think it's only Eniola that will understand. Anytime you call me sir, like, so nobody has called me sir for the last 10 years since I started business. So.
Thank you very much. I believe that's a good place. And I see the two groups already clapping. Would like to invite the convener, our mentors and mentees back on stage for a quick photograph. And then right after that, we'll have the vote of thanks. Please share on your social media platforms. The hashtags are still EPR 2025 and Experiencing PR 2025. So please, we're expecting all our mentees and our mentors on stage for photograph. Put your hands together as they make their way to the stage. Let's tell them thank you. Let's appreciate them. Let the applause keep going. Do not take the headsets. We're coming to pick the headsets from where you are seated. We'll have this photograph, we'll have the vote of thanks, and I'll bring this event to an end. So once again, please let's applaud our mentors and our mentees. They've shared so much, honestly. They've given us nuggets. We didn't have to pay anything. All of this is courtesy of Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025. Big smiles. Please make sure that you have all your personal belongings. Do not leave any of your items, your personal effects unattended to at any point in time. Please let's be mindful of all our possessions and do not take any of the headsets home. It's not giveaway. We're returning them. So do not leave your seats. We'll come to you to pick up the headsets. You don't need to come to us. We'll pick up the headsets. And we'll just have this photo session, and I'll invite our final speaker on the microphone who will do the vote of thanks, and we'll bring this edition, the 2025 edition of Experiencing PR Conference to an end. I must say that I've been thoroughly impressed by your engagement, your attention, your questions, and how interactive all the sessions have been. It's one thing to put together a great lineup of speakers, but if you are delegates here in Lagos and those joining us virtually did not show up and show up fully, we won't be here today. So I would now like to invite for the vote of thanks the Corporate Communications and Partnership Manager at Nigerian Women in PR, Ayomide Oyetunde. A warm round of applause. She's coming to give the vote of thanks. Let's not get tired. Let's applaud her as she makes her way to the microphone.
Have we had an amazing time today? If you've had an amazing time, give Nigerian Women in PR a round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone. Please let's fill the feedback form, right? It helps us know how well we've done and what we can do better. So please let's fill the form. Let's scan the QR code. Please bring out your phones, scan the QR code, and fill the feedback form. Please, it's really important to us. Thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of the Experiencing PR 2025 conference. It's been a pleasure hosting you. Thank you to all our sponsors, all our amazing speakers. We are so grateful. And to you, our delegates, who have made this conference possible, because if we had speakers and we didn't have delegates, then the conference won't hold. I want to say a very big thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you to Lucas for giving me the opportunity to plan this. Thank you to all our vendors as well for making the Experiencing PR 2025 a smooth event. I hope to see you all next year at the 2026 conference. It's happening March 18th, 2026. So let's start getting ready to prepare. for the Experiencing PR 2026. And I will see you there on the 18th of March 2026 at the Civic Center. Thank you and have an amazing journey home.
A warm round of applause for Ayomi here today. They've done an amazing job. She and the entire team at Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025 have done amazing. Can we just give them a warm round of applause? One last round of applause. Let's say thank you. Even after this conference, let's find out time to say thank you. Let's post on our social media. Let's scan the QR code, fill the feedback forms, and ensure that we're here next year. It has truly been my delight, my pleasure, and honor to have served as your host for this year's conference, Experiencing PR Annual Conference 2025. My name remains Isabella Adediji. Do have a great afternoon and journey mercies to your various destinations. Once again, thank you very much.
In the rain as the clouds go gray, the thunder roars and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way for the pouring of my blessings. I will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance in the rain. It's for my seed to grow. For every prayer and every seed I've sown, the Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone can be a heavy load, but my vows I won't be breaking. Though my heart is aching, I got a word and I won't let go. It's your will I'm seeking, so I keep on believing. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance. Once again, it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready, 'cause the Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. I thought it was over, thought you were done with me, but we're just beginning. Whoa, my life is a journey. I will walk with you, I will go where you want. To you.